ending 2021. The audit report was presented by the appointed auditor Patrick Mirigi from Fencan, Howell and Co-Associates, and it was adopted by members. Proposed by Catherine Tay, seconded by John Morioki. Minute number 9 of 2022, to receive and adopt Treasurer's report. The Treasurer report was presented and adopted by members. Proposed by Ken Mutuma, seconded by Monica Mwaja. Minute number 10 of 2022, invited guest speech / remarks. The cooperative officer, Madam Weruga, presented the following. On defaulters, she advised the guarantors to report defaulter member to the tribunal through the help of the management committee. Dividends declaration, 8% interest on deposit to be paid to members in form of cash, proposed by Karen Gatueri, seconded by John Morioki. 10% dividends on share capital to be capitalized to member share capital. This was proposed by Jennifer Gaki, seconded by Catherine Tay. Minute number 11 of 2022, appointment of auditors for the year 2022. Fencan Howell was appointed as the auditors for the year 2022. Proposed by Nathan Mwenda, seconded by Eric Jeru. Minute number 12, 2022, elections. Members were notified that the supervisor share and resigned, hence 3 dockets needed elections. The Treasurer docket, Credit Secretary and Supervisory Chair. Treasurer Apol Karomba was then became the Treasurer, proposed by Simon Kinyua and seconded by Catherine Tay. Credit Secretary Ruth Kanyeri. She was proposed by Catherine Tay and seconded by John Morioki. Supervisory Chair Dr. Nathan Mwenda, proposed by Gatueri Magiri and seconded by Anne Inanga. Minute number 12 of 2022, resolutions. To declare 10% share capital and 8% of savings in 2021, to appoint new auditors for the year 2022, to adopt 2022-2023 budget, members to pay 50% before top-up loan, members to be charged 5% interest on top-up loans, to approve management honoraria. Minute number 13 of 2022, A or B. A member inquired why we charge 5% on lump sum deposit when applying for a loan. The management responded that it is one way that the Sacco generates income, and there is an alternative, which is waiting for 3 months for a loan to be advanced. A member recommended that in the next annual general meeting, we give more attention to virtual participants so that they don't feel left out. The officer of the Cooperative Society, Representative Madam Weruga, advised the Secretary to call Management Committee to constitute the office within 7 working days. Secretary to invite the cooperative officer to guide in constituting the office. Members requested for an education day to enlighten them on Sacco matters. There being no other agenda, the meeting ended with a word of prayer by Penina Kinanu at 5:20 p.m. Those members that were present, we want them to confirm whether this is the true copy of what was discussed and agreed and passed during the AGM held on 3rd of April. And Penina notes down, who is proposing? Before we go to the matters arising, we need to adapt this AGM minutes. So those that were present, and it's the only members who are present in the AGM, confirms the minute. Yes, Jeff. Who is seconding? Jane. The other name? Jane Kadhambi. Matters arising from these minutes. We start from the members present Anyone missing and was present in the meeting, sorry? Yes? You are physically present or virtually? Virtual. Take note of that. Boniface Motembei. Anyone else? Yes? You sent an apology. And Beatrice, she had an apology. Beria. Who else? I think we proceed. Virtual attendance. Is there anyone who was in the meeting virtually and the name is missing? Okay. Absent with apology. We move on to minutes number 1. Prayers, I think that is fine. Minute number 2. We move on. Minute number 3. Minute number 4. I believe members, we are together. Minute number 5. Minute number 6. Minute number 7. Minute number 8. Minute number 9. Minute number 10. Minute number 11. Minute number 12. Minute number 13. So there is now matters arising from the AGM minutes of the year 2021. I am not sure whether the SACCO representative is here with us. I can't still see her, but I think I don't know whether it's in order we proceed, because there are issues and matters that needs our presence in this AGM, and I can't see Madam Weruga with us. Or she sends a representative. Is there any representative from the cooperative office here? I think we go to the next agenda. I will find out why she's not here shortly. So I want to invite our chair so that he can give us his report. Welcome, Chair.
Good afternoon, operators. Good afternoon. Praise God. Once again, let me invite you to the AGM. I feel privileged even as I stand before you to read you my report as the chairman of this wonderful team. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you once again to AMEKA Sacco Limited Annual General Meeting for the year ended that the 1st December 2022. To any of our invited guests, I wish to appreciate you for creating time even to grace this occasion. We'll be expecting guests from the ministry, and I wish to thank them even in absentia. As members of the AMEKA family, we meet today to share and review the performance and operations of AMEKA Sacco. Well, this will help us to share benefits of the year 2022 and forge ahead to 2023-2024 with some common understanding. After our last AGM on 3rd April 2022, we have embarked on a number of processes to better our SACCO. Some of them perhaps are evident. I did promise through my report last year a few plans towards growing the Sacco, and it is my pleasure today to report that we are on course and progressing well. We are now full blast on AMEKA mobile lending platform, and I know most of us have taken full utilization of the same facility. And today I still take this opportunity to urge all members to fully utilize the facility, for it is very competitive among similar products in the market. As we share various reports with you today, you will notice that performance has continued to improve, and I take note that our loan portfolio, for instance, has increased from 28 million in 2021 to 34 million in 2022, and our member deposits have also minimally grown, though it is not to our expectations, because most of us are either paying loans alone and leaving out deposits, which is not a very healthy practice for cooperators. But nevertheless, we have grown from 20 million to 25 million in the same year. We have an additional 32 new members during 2022, and therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I feel that all these are pointers to growth. I therefore acknowledge your commitment to the growth of the Sacco, and also the commitment of board members and our Sacco officer. All these successes have not gone without challenges. As you are aware, the year 2022 was characterized by many misdoings, one of them being the protracted elections, which adversely affected economic activities in the country, the Russia-Ukraine war, which has extraneous effects on the world economy, the post-COVID pandemic effects, which are still around with us, the government's restraint order that interfered with CRB listings from August 2021 to August 2022. It has also affected our Sacco. Our mobile lending is also suffering some threat from the Hustler Fund, which is a bit more softer and open to members, all members of the public. But nevertheless, in spite of all this, the Sacco's performance in 2022 has improved, as you see in our financial reports to be presented by our treasurer thereafter. We have, however, aligned our operations with the best possible strategies so that we do not lose focus. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus to grow the Sacco to the next phase, with a desired membership of 1,000 members by 2024, we need to re-energize and move with speed. So this calls upon all of us to work with speed. As cooperators, we need to pay promptly our loans. We need to save monthly deposits. This will help the Sacco grow. And as an individual, you'll grow with the Sacco. Already our office will be moving to a bigger space, as is evident with the new structure. Our landlord, who is the church, has almost completed the structure and will be handing it over to the Sacco for painting and partitioning. We'll be later asking you to pass a budget to do a modern look office and furniture for the proposed office. So the office will be situated right in the same spot with the main door access from the main road. So this will give AMEKA a better physical evidence and visibility that is lacking at the moment. Allow me to conclude by thanking all members for owning the Sacco. I believe that is why we are all assembled here. The board members for embracing team spirit, the supervisory committee for ensuring checks and balances, and the admin officer for working tirelessly during the year to realize impressive results. I also thank our cooperative officer in absentia for our valued advice, and our church, the MCK Ruaraka management, for allowing us once again to use the church for our AGM. Members, our future is bright, and we remain focused on forging ahead with vigor. May God bless you all. Long live AMEKA Sacco Limited.
Thank you so much, Chair. Members, do we receive the Chair's report? Who is proposing? Yes, Dorothy Kirimi. And who is seconding that report? Beatrice Kinanu. Thank you so much, Chair. You can have your seat. I want to welcome those that are now have joined us virtually, and we are sorry that we were not able to start with you. Feel part of us. This is your Sacco, your members, and thank you so much as you participate fully to today's AGM. Now I want us, we go to the next agenda. That is agenda number 6, to receive and adopt supervisory committee's report. So Dr. Nathan Mwenda, come and take us through the supervisory report.
Thank you, Secretary. Good afternoon, members. I'll take you through the supervisory report. Before I do that, I'll ask the members of supervisory to just stand and wave. We have Anne Inanga and then Ruth Kanyiri. So this report was jointly prepared by us, and I'll take you through it. The Chair, Board of Management, Cooperative Officer, members, and other invested guests. Sorry, I've forwarded the report on AMEKA Sacco WhatsApp group, so you can follow with me. So our sincere gratitude to God who has been with us and by whose ability we present this supervisory committee report. AMEKA Sacco Limited management team has managed to steer the Sacco within the last accounting period, that is 2022. They held regular meetings. They managed to grow the loan book from about 28 million to about 34, as well as members' deposits from 20 million to around 25 million. This is commendable. Of course, we are aware 2022, because of the electioneering period and also post-COVID effects, it was a bit challenging. So the management did a commendable job. However, there are a few areas that we feel that the Board of Management need to improve for the betterment of the Sacco. So one of the areas is dormant members. So quite a number of members are still dormant, and there is need to ensure that they become active members, because now if you are a member and you are dormant, it means that you are denying of the Sacco, the savings, and it's the spirit of cooperative that you save regularly. So there is need to ensure more efforts need to be steered towards that. There is also an issue of irregular monthly payments. some few members skip their loans. You pay maybe for 2-3 months, then you skip a month, then you pay another one. So that affects the SACCO's cash flow position and the liquidity of the SACCO. So there is need to ensure that members are pushed to adhere to strictly paying their monthly deposits, because that is what the bylaw says. In fact, from the supervisory team, we feel that I know the management and the chair loves the members, but actually we feel that going forward, members who have not consistently received should not even get their dividends, because saving on a monthly basis is an important aspect and actually as regulated by the bylaws. Now, the default rate is another issue that we also noted, and we want, first of all, to know these are significantly declined in comparison to prior years, whereby the default rate was on a higher level. So most of the loans which have been issued in the last 1, 2, 3 years are active, but we still have some few members who are still defaulting on their loans. So improvement needs to be done, especially at the point of loaning the members to assess their capability, so that to ensure that only members who are able, or members are loaned the amounts that they are able to pay, or amount which is within their capability. There is also need to ensure that we determine the multiplier in terms of how many members or how much a member can guarantee others, to avoid a situation whereby a member is over-guaranteed, and therefore, in case of any default, the SACCO may not be in a position to recover. Lastly, also, second last, marketing. We noted that, yes, efforts have been done, but more efforts need to be done in terms of ensuring that we get more members, and especially now that the SACCO is expanding in a new office and also targeting other members, especially away from the church. This can be a good opportunity for the SACCO to market itself, so that we get members of diverse backgrounds way above the church. In conclusion, the supervisory team felt that the SACCO management has adopted an open, transparent, and democratic management style. The growth of the members, the growth of deposits, the growth of the loan book, and the reduction of the default rates are indicators to better times for AMEKA. However, the success of the SACCO, of course, will depend on the upholding of transparency and accountability from the management, and commitment by members. We want to emphasize that commitment by members in honoring their monthly obligations in payments of deposits and loans payments. So thank you. God bless AMEKA as it continues to empower talents. Thank you.
Stay with me. Thank you so much, Dr. Nathan Mweda, for presenting the supervisory report. Are we adopting that report by show of hand? Catherine Tei, who is seconding the report? Boniface Mutebei. We want to pick up any matters that might be arising from the supervisory report before he sits down. Any question, anything that has come out that needs to be clarified before we move to the next agenda? I would ask Patrick Kaume, kindly go through there are people who are online and there are questions that are coming. Kindly be keen on that. We also want to know who is there online so that we can list their names down. Do that. So I think that is fine. No matters arising from his report. Thank you so much. Give him another applaud of appreciation. Let us move on to the next agenda, number 7. That is the presentation and adaptation of audited financial statement for the year 2022. We have our auditor with us. I want to request her to come. Sorry, before we get to that, there is a question. Please come and read around.
We have one concern, rather maybe someone has asked Kideji Marango. I want to encourage that we collect all these questions, then we can answer them at a go. Kideji is asking, he wanted to know from the supervisory whether the SACCO has an insurance policy for our loans. You know, it's a critical and very, very critical such a question. I think when you get them, all of them, Daktari, then collect, give to you. I encourage then, of course, when you chat, kindly, if you don't have your name, you can tell us who you are. We'll appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we welcome Lydia. She's going to take us through the audited report for the year 2022. She's going to tell us more about herself. So, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lydia Wangoi Kanyi. I'm here representing the team that was on ground for the audit of AMEKA Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited for the financial year ended December 2022. So we were a team led by our partner, Mr. Patrick Mwirigi, who is not here with us today. So I'll take you through the numbers. I understand the financials have already been shared with each one of us. So what I will do, I'll take you through the profit and loss statement and the balance sheet. And then if we have any questions, we can get them after that. Okay? So, starting with the statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive income for the year 2022, our interest on loans to members was 4.046 in the year 2022 compared to 4.302 in the year 2021. Interest on members' deposits in 2022 was at 2.3 million. In 2021, that amount was lesser than that at 1.6. This would be explained by the increase in members' deposits in the year 2022 versus the year 2021. So other income, we have fees and penalties that are charged on members' loans. In the year 2022, we had an income of 1.1 versus 1.2 million in the year 2021. Interest recovered from written off loans in the year 2022 was 121,000. In the year 2021, 225,000. Provision or impairment charges on loans and advances. The amount of provision in the year 2021 was 1.7 million. Now, a revision of this amount in the year 2022 gave a lesser amount of 1.6 million. That is why we have a credit of 42,000 in the year 2022. So that gives us a gross income of 3,035,000 in the year 2022 versus 2.3 million in the year 2021. We go to the expenses. We have the administrative expenses in the year 2022 at 905,000 versus 825,000 in the year 2021. Governance expenses, 259,500 versus 130,400 in the year 2021. Financial expenses in the year 2022, financial expenses in the year 2022 was 27,543. In the year 2021, the amount was at 13,096. Now, you will note we have note numbers against the amounts that I'm reading. This is to tell you the breakdown of the amounts as they are in the financial statements are accumulated amounts. The breakdown of these figures, we have them in the note numbers against each of these amounts. So the total expenses for the year 2022 came to 1.1 million in 2022 and 968, that is the comparative year 2021. So the surplus for the year 2022, now that is the income that we got in the year, less all the expenses, came to 1.8 million versus a 1.4 in the year 2021. Then we have the statutory reserves, 20% as required by the ministry, which is 20% of the surplus for the year, coming to 368,000 compared to 284,000 in the year 2021. Proposed dividends on shares, 192,000 in the year 2022, 74,097 shillings in the year 2021. Proposed amount honoraria, 560 in 2020, 560,000, sorry, in the year 2022 versus 480,000 in 2021. Now we are left with a surplus for the year retained at 722,838 in the year 2022 versus 585,533 in the year 2021. So that is a summarization of the performance of the Sacco in the year 2022 compared to the previous year, 2021. So if you allow me, I'll go to the balance sheet. the statement of the financial position. Again, we look at financial year 2022 versus year 2021. We start with the assets, the non-current assets, property and equipment was moved from 112,708 in the year 2022 to 101,176. That is explained by the depreciation in the year for the assets. Then we bring in intangible assets. In the year 2022, at a net book value of 271,271 shillings. Investments, that is in Safaricom shares, 123,946 in the year 2021 versus 156,615 in the year 2021. That gives us net book value of net non-current assets at 496,393 in the year 2022 versus 269,323 in the year 2021. You will note the amount in 2021 is lesser than 2022. That is because we have a new asset, a software, in year 2022 that was not there in the year 2021. We are together? Tuko pamoja? Okay, we go to the current assets. Cash and cash equivalents at the close of the year 2022 was at 640,869 compared to 4.5 million in the year 2021. The movement is explained in the cash flow statement. Receivables and prepayments. In the year 2022, we are at 3.045 million versus 7,350 in the year 2021. Loan to members. As the chairman has already mentioned, the loan book grew in the year 2022 to an amount of 34.7 in the year 2022 compared to 28.2 in the year 2021. So that gives us total assets, the current and the non-current, at 38.897 in the year 2022 compared to 33.094 in the year 2021. Equity and liabilities. The share capital moved from 740,000 to 1.6 in the year 2022. That is explained by a shift in the share capital amount by the members from 2,000 each to 5,000 per member. So we see the amount rising to 1.6 million in the year 2022. Statutory reserves, 3 million in 2022 versus 2.6 million in the year 2021. Revaluation reserve has no movement, still at 154,615 in both financial years. Revenue reserves in the year 2022 is at 5.7 million from 4.5 million in the year 2021. That gives us capital and reserves totaling to 10.5 million in the year 2022 versus 8.1 million in the year 2021. Current liabilities, members' deposits, moving from 20.5 million to 25 million. So if you check the members' deposits and the loan to members' amounts, you will note when the members' deposits go up, then the SACCO is in a capacity to loan out more amounts. So more members' deposits, higher loan to members. Interest on members' deposits, 2.3 million in the year 2022 versus 3.1 in the year 2021. Then we have dividends on shares, 192,000 in 2022, 250,000 in the year 2021. The honorary amount, 560,000 in 2022, 960,000 in the year 2021. The payables and accruals is at 166,000 in the year 2022, 98,000 in the year 2021. Then we close at total equities and liabilities of 38.8 million in the year 2022 versus 33.1 in the year 2021. So that is it for the balance sheet items. Again, we have the breakdown of these amounts in the notes in this report. So far, I don't know whether we have a question. So every other number in this financial report is either supporting the financial statement, is either supporting the profit and loss account or the balance sheet. So having given you the numbers in the profit and loss and the balance sheet, then you have all the figures that show the performance of the SACCO in the year 2022. We audited those figures, and in our opinion, they give a true and fair view of the financial position of AMEKA Savings and Credit Cooperative Society Limited as at 31st December 2021. And as required by the Cooperative Societies Act, Cap 490, we report to you based on our audit that, in our opinion, the information given in the report of the directors on page 3 is consistent with the financial statements, and our report on the financial statements is unqualified. So these financials have since been signed by the partner, like I mentioned, CPA Patrick Mwirigi, and the representative of the SACCO. That will be it for now, unless we have a question. Yes?
Check 1, 2.
Dr. We need to adopt the accounts. Thank you, Lydia. Members, we need to adopt the financial statement before we react to them. So I need a proposer and a seconder for that matter. Jeff has proposed. Seconder? Seconder? Boniface Mutembei, for the record. So, Daktari?
Can we go? Can we go on?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, first, just for clarity, I would like you to speak into the difference between share capital, core capital, and institutional capital. Differentiate the three so that we can be clear as members. Share capital, core capital, and institutional capital. That's number one. Number two, ideal is that interest income, which is the core business of the Sacco, went down between 2021 and 2022 by 920,660. That means from 2,660,000.
That is the interest on...
Total interest income. 2021 it was 2,660,000. And 2022 it was 1,739,340. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the interest income, which is the business of the Sacco, went down by 920,000. We would like to know, in the presentation by management and also I think the auditor, if I didn't miss it, there were indicators that there is growth. There is growth in numbers. There is growth in maybe member contributions or loans. But the business of the Sacco is declining. There is no money coming into the Sacco. So, first, what caused this decline? Number one. Number two, we have known and got reports, that maybe not for the auditor but for management, that many members are trying to access loan and it is becoming impossible. Some are actually opting out of the Sacco, and I have 2 or 3 cases I can cite. So in the background of reducing Sacco income, we are losing members and we are talking of growth. Is this Sacco growing or declining? Then that is one question tied in several.
If you'd allow me to answer you that question first.
Okay, let's
Thank
go on.
you. So I take you back to the revenue, where you're comparing the net interest income of 2.6 in the year 2021 and 1.7 in the year 2022. Please note, this is a net amount. It would have been better if you checked at the amount before the deduction of interest on members' deposits. Because you will note, we have a higher deduction, we have a higher amount going to interest on members' deposits, which has been occasioned by an increase in the members' deposits. The higher the members' deposits, the higher the interest. So the greatest contributor of that is the interest that is going to the members. It would have been a better comparison if we checked the 4.3 versus the 4 million in the year 2022, which ideally does not have a very huge difference. It is a variance that we would expect in a normal operation of business.
Noted, but I am interested in the growth of the Sacco. To be frank, this Sacco is growing very slowly. Maybe not for you, but management will address this. We are 8 years late from making a Sacco and bank. We were to do that by 2015. But that's for management, maybe not you. So my concern is, even if you are talking about that going to members' interest, to me, what would be the better indicator of Sacco growth is what is surplus, what is remaining in the Sacco. And that would have been in the total interest income. Anyhow.
Dr. Can I answer
Yes,
that?
yeah,
Let me answer
you
that.
can.
Let me take you to note 6.
To what?
Note 6.
Note 6, yes.
of
Read
the-
for us.
So if you look at note 6, let me start with note 5. Note 5, we have interest on loan members and interest on mobile loans. So what we have done this year, because we want to grow that mobile loan, we want to unbundle how we present the income. So if you look at 2021, the 4.3 and an element of interest on mobile loans, it was not unbundled. So you cannot do a comparative on that. In the same vein, if you go to note 6, other income, that is a lump sum charge and interest on top-up loans, that is close to 170,000 for the year 2022. If you compare with 2021, there was no figure presented for the same figures. These figures were run together with 4.3. Yeah? So to me, if you wanted to get a good comparative, you look at perhaps 4.0 plus 1.1, that will give you 5.1, and then 4.3 vis-a-vis 1.2.
Okay, I'll take the explanation. But another issue, there is so much income from fees and penalties, correct? 1.13, which is actually close to actual interest income 1.7. It means we are having so much coming from non-core sources. Or maybe I would be wrong again.
You're right, due to default. So when a member default on loan, the system automatically loans penalties. So maybe you can advise us, you can comment, how does the management come in on that? So if a member defaults, me as a treasurer, what's my fault?
No, it's not your fault.
I'm trying to answer the question. Our core business is not to get income from penalties.
Yes.
Our core business is to get income from
Loan
interest on member loans.
Yes.
But should member default, what should happen? Yeah, but if you look at it again, in 2021, and thanks that you have brought the issue, we earned 1.03 million in terms of the penalties. 2022, that was close to a half. So you can say, out of close to 500,000 was a reduction of income from penalties, which has impaired, if you are to compare now the total income for the Sacco, by a comparative figure of around, I think, 300. So to me, we have done more from overview because we have reduced penalties and increased interest because our business is not to earn penalties. Our interest is to earn interest on member loans. So to me, there is strong growth. There is strong growth.
Okay. The other area of concern, which I don't know whether management or the auditor will address, is the growth in honoraria. And let's address an honoraria first. Honoraria from 2020 to 2021, I think doubled, if I'm not wrong. You are still the auditors 2020, I think it was 240,000.
Yeah.
Then it went to 480. Now it goes to 560, 2022. This is a growth in ellipse. First of all, I would like to know why and what extra work that the management did to have honorarium doubling. And don't forget, honorarium is a proposal by management which is passed through the AGM. So what occasioned that doubling and then continued growth in the background of very slow growth in the Sacco? Can you address that?
No, before you comment, let me clear. There's a sweeping statement that Dr. has made that the honorarium has doubled. It is not correct.
We are going to 2020.
It is not correct.
It was around 240.
So in 2019 and 2020, Dr. we didn't do the account for whatever reason. So we didn't account in 2021 for 2019 and 2020.
Didn't do the accounts?
We need to do the audit. We need the audit for 2019 and 2020 in 1 year, 2021. So in 2019, the honorarium was 240.
Yes.
In 2020, it was 240. So when it was presented, it was 480. But for 2 years.
Okay, let's take it from there. Then it went to...
Then in 2021, then that's now it went to 480. This year, we are proposing 560. Members, last year, or the other year, we proposed interest on member deposit of 1.6. This year, we are proposing 2.3. That's an increase of over 600,000 in terms of interest on member deposit. That is close to over 40%. Maybe, Doctor, you can tell us, maybe from 560 to from 480 to 560 in terms of the percentage, then we see whether those numbers are comparative.
Now, my percent, actually, I worked on the retained earnings or I invest maybe honoraria on the money that is supposed to be in the Sacco money or retained earnings. And my percentages were not good. I took 408 and divided them by 1.424 million for 2021, and the honorarium was coming to 34%. That time, the dividend declared for members was 74,000. Divided by the same money that is the Sacco money, 1.424, I got 5.2 on dividends. So that 4% honoraria compared to 5.2 on percent on deposits. So it would be meaning the management is getting that 4% of the total income of the Sacco in the year, compared to all members getting 5.2. I'm not an accountant, but these are my figures, the way I worked. Come 2022, I find 560 proposed honoraria and divided by 1,843,000 rounded figure, and that gives me an honorarium of 30.3%, while the proposed dividend on share capital is 192,000, divided by the Sacco earnings, which is 1.843, gives us 10.4%. I could have worked with maybe the wrong figures, but can you give me the right figures? Because then it would mean that the honoraria is absolutely unjustified.
Maybe, Doctor, you have worked with the wrong figures.
No, let's now get the right ones then.
Can I start with the honoraria?
Yes.
So with the interest on member deposit, last year it was 1.6. I'm on the statement of profit and loss and other comprehensive income. Last year it was 1.6. This year we are proposing 2.3. What's the percentage increase? No, it can't be 200%. 1.6 to 2.3. That will give close to over 40%. Sorry? How much? That's percent. Your numbers are wrong. Can you recheck? Someone else?
What is the difference? 2.3 to 1.6, the difference is 0.7, yes?
Yeah.
0.7, okay.
0.7 divided by 1.6?
Yeah, 1 by 1.6, I think that's the 43?
43%.
Yes.
Now let's go to an area. 480 to 560, what's the increase? 80. 80 over 480, that should be 16.67. 16.67. So you are saying we're increasing in return on members by 43%, then you're saying can you also consider the management by a mere 16%. Is that unfair? I don't think so. Maybe I couldn't be meeting my whatever. I don't think so. So maybe so that we release the auditor, we can welcome other queries on this account. But there is a question that Dr. asked about the share capital, the core capital, and the institutional capital. I don't know whether you have comment on the same. Maybe my understanding is when talk of the share capital is like now our share capital is 1.6. You are saying every member who becomes a member of the Sacco should contribute 5,000 as a share capital. There are those who have 10,000, but you are saying minimum is 5,000. That's the share capital for the Sacco. Then the core capital this is regulated by the SASRA. The SASRA says every Sacco should ensure at least, I think 10% of the share capital should be what is called core capital. This is more of a regulatory rather than what you are doing as a Sacco. So the 10% of share capital forms core capital for the Sacco. Then the institutional capital. I think that one I'm not from this context. I don't know how to explain it. Or rather, for the Sacco, let me say I have no idea on that in terms of what should be institutional capital. But maybe it's something you can check, whether because if you look at you can go to the first page on the financials, where we have the statistics. We have core capital is institutional capital. Maybe the auditor can tell us here, because you have done the core capital on the total deposit for us is 43. The minimum statutory requirement is 8%. Then the institutional capital out of total asset, ours is 23. Minimum is 8%. Maybe you can comment on this institutional capital. Maybe you can check for us how we arrive at 23%. because the total asset is, it is 38 million. So which figure did you divide with the 38 to get 23%?
Thank you, Honorary Treasurer. I think for the purposes of clarification in terms of what you are researching on, you can as well take it as an assignment for you to be able to, so that we move forward. Otherwise, thank you, Dr. because of your input and most of the queries that you've raised from the report. I think from where we were and where we are and where we are going as a SACCO, there is some hope and there's some light at the end of the tunnel looking at the figures, because they say figures don't lie. I think most of us here, once we look around at the finances, we'll be able to see some trajectory of growth from where we were and where we are and where we are heading. So in a nutshell, mine is just to add from a growth of what we are likely to share as members deposit of 2.3 from initial 1.6 which was shared last year. That is to me growth, and I think also interpreting 16% of 43% growth, which will be shared by us as the members from what the SACCO has made, and the management taking 16% in terms of what they do. I think that is also a step of growth. So the entire growth is to be shared by us. Number one, member deposit. As members who have put our deposit there, we have something to bite for the year. Then at the same time, management who wake up and early and sleep late to make sure that the SACCO is moving, they spend their precious time off their duties to make sure the SACCO and the business is running. They also get a share. Huwezi kufanya ng'ombe inalima na unaifunga mdomo, sindio? Lazima ilime kama inaokota inauma kidogo. So we share with the management the same, and at the end of the day, the SACCO also grows with its reserves, both the statutory reserves and the revenue reserves, which now enable the SACCO to put across other infrastructure and for growth. So we are very much in support of the same. I think we can proceed to the next.
Thanks, Jeff. Doctor, you have gotten the clarifications of the institutional capital, core capital, and the shareholders' capital. No, you have gotten the clarification. So it is like this. So let's say, since the SACCO started, you have been having surplus every year since 20 or 08 or when? Whatever the SACCO started, you have been having excess on surplus. So cumulatively, that forms the core capital of a SACCO. Cumulatively. So that number has been growing depending on the core, on the surplus. Now, again, share capital has also been growing by increase of share contributions. So now with core capital and the share capital, the difference is what you call institutional capital. This is capital that no member can lay claim on. It's funds for the SACCO. no member can come to lay claim on the institutional capital.
Same, Mr. Treasurer, is what is used to buy assets for the SACCO, which now are owned by the SACCO. Even if it's a figure there, the institutional capital, it is, for example, the office that we are building as a SACCO there, nobody can come and claim back the funds because they have been utilized. They are only in the books because they are represented in terms of figures as assets of the SACCO.
Yes, yes, Jeff, that's correct. So we welcome maybe more clarifications so that we proceed. So, Mas.
Do you have any other questions to our auditor? Because we want to release her so that we can continue. Dr. The cooperative officer will be with us in the next 5 minutes. I think she's the best one to answer some of the questions that have not been answered. She has gone through this audit report. She got late, but she says she is coming. The next 5 minutes she'll be present. So do we have any other question that you want to pose to our auditor before we release her? That is a no. So can we appreciate her? Thank you so much, Lydia. We are grateful for the work that you have done for AMEKA Sacco. So we want to release you so that we can continue with other agendas. So our next agenda, that is agenda number 8, is to receive and adopt Treasurer's report. So we'll ask Paul again to come and present his report. I don't know whether the cooperative officer has any question concerning the audit, because she's not here with us and we are done with the report. So that one, I think we are done with that. In case of anything that she needs clarified, that one will be sorted out in the office. So I want to invite Treasurer so that he can give us the report, and the list of attendants should go around so that everyone lists their names down. And those that are watching online virtually, we also request that we need to have your names listed, because we are not able to see some of the names. We need to know who is there so that we can list your name down. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And good evening once more, members. My name is Apollo, the Treasurer. I want to take this opportunity to present to you the 2023-2024 budget. I've shared in the group so that you, for ease of following up. So what I've done, I've looked at the 2021 actuals, the budget we had for 2022, the actuals for 2022, then the budget for 2023, and then the projections for 2024. So in terms of interest income, the actual for 2021 was 4.3. The actual for 2022 2022, 4.046. We had budgeted 4.6 in 2022. So there was we need to meet our budget on that. Other income, this is budget was 1.5, but we need 1.2. So the total revenue for 2022 was 5.3 against a budget of 6 million. And we are retaining those projections budget for 2023. Then in 2024, we are saying project the Sacco to grow. Once you open the new office, the Sacco will put consultant efforts for even new staff so that we can grow the Sacco. We are projecting a revenue of 6.4. So expenses, rent, we have 2022 60, budgeting 80,000. Personnel expenses, these are salaries for the staff. We earned 4.8 for the 2022, budgeting 420, and then projecting in 2024 perhaps to have 600,000 due to maybe the planned intention to have an additional staff. So the provision for staff bonus, we are saying 15,000 was the actual for these financials, 2023, 20,000, 2024, 50,000. Stationery and the printing, we had a budget of 15,000. We incurred 6,000. We are retaining the budget at 15,000. Communication, these are telephone, SMSs, and airtime. We budgeted 25,000. The total cost was 56. We have a budget of 60,000. Sitting allowance, we have last year we had budgeted 105. We earned 194,000 because of many meetings. Budget is 215, projecting 220. Honoraria, 480. We had a budget of 560. We are proposing 560. We are budgeting 640, projecting 720. Foods and snacks during meetings, we had a budget of 15, but we count at 7. We are budgeting allowed 40. NGM expenses, we incurred 65. We are budgeting around 40. Then audit fees, we had budgeted 50, but the actual 60 because we were not factoring the VAT element and the supervision cost to the ministry. So we have put a slightly budget by 10% to 66,990. Marketing and the publicity, we had a budget of 70, we incurred 18. We want to double that to a budget of that 5. Bank and M-Pesa charges, we had budgeted 20, the cost was 27. We are budgeting around that 5 because most of these costs are also contributed by M-Pesa charges due to more members borrowing loans. We incur those charges. Then the system expenses, this is a maintenance cost. We had a budget of 80, we incurred 90. We are budgeting around 95, projecting 95. Legal matters, we had a budget of 20. We didn't incur any cost to that aspect. We are retaining 20 for legal matters, just in case. Insurance for loans, we had a budget of 190. We didn't insure our loans because we are building that kit for loans. Now we have a budget of 190, and I'm sure it will be actualizing the same. I think we are past that mark now. We should be able to actualize that aspect of insuring the loans. Then debt recovered expenses. This is the cost for follow-up of members who are defaulted, and we wrote off those loans. So we incurred a cost of 25. We have a budget of 30K, projecting that. Sacco management system, we earned a budget of 30. We didn't incur any cost, but now, because the two systems are offered by the same supplier, bytes, that's why the 90 would capture the same for the system expenses. That is for the maintenance of the mobile lending and the other bookkeeping system. Loan impairment. We earned a budget of 1.2. We got 1.6. But we hope members, if members pay on time, we can avoid. This is a cost to avoid. This is a loan impairment, and we have to follow the SASRA's recommendation. Then on the capital, so total expense, the budget was about 2.9 million, but the actual was 3.2. We are budgeting for 3.2 and projecting 3.6. Then on capital expenditure, we are budgeting about 700,000 for office partition and the furniture. As you are aware, the Sacco is having intentions to move to the bigger office, and in that office, once the church hands over the office, we need to do the partition and the furniture thereon. So members, allow me to move now to the trend analysis of key parameters. The first is on member growth over the last 5 years. There has been a growth, I guess, from 457 to 485 in 2022 compared to 2021. Loan and investment to members, again, the last 5 years. So again, there was that growth from around 30 to 34. And if you look at 2020, there was a dip because of we had to offset loans. That's why there's a dip to that effect. So I'm saying members have continued to take up loans from Sacco, which is in line with their savings. And there was a growth in loans issued to members in 2022 compared to 2021, again due to available cash flow for loans. So, and I think there's a question that Dr. asked that members, when they apply for loans, they're not getting loans on time. I don't think that is correct. I don't think that is correct, but we will revisit. We will revisit.
The complaints we have with some members, some to the extent of quitting the Sacco, is that we have put the conditions for loan too stringent and guaranteeing process. Much as we appreciate that we are supposed to safeguard our money, we made them so stringent that a member cannot get a loan. If I'm looking for $1 million and you want like 20 signatures, seriously? Why will I get them? So we need to, as management, to think outside the box and see how we can make our loaning guarantees user-friendly. And it is very, very painful to lose a member, very potential members, because they did come to the Sacco to have their money sit there. They came to get the loans. So let's revisit our criteria for guaranteeing. If, for example, as Laititi, I want to guarantee my son, who is a member, even his entire loan, and I'm capable, and he has his shares, I have the other shares. Even if it goes beyond that amount, let's not make it all so difficult. Because if I commit to guarantee, then you can follow me even beyond the shares I have or beyond the savings. Let's think outside the box and make the criteria user-friendly.
Wherein Kawame is the chair of the credit, I think you address that concern and share the measures that are put in place to the same.
Thank you, Dr.
No, I was saying, Kawame, you owned on, I fundraise or whatever. So I just recall that we need to address the concern. Then the next is on revenue and expenditure analysis. So, as the graph suggests, of course, our total expenses have been low compared with the income. So, and I guess like for 2020, why that amount was high is because of the huge loan provision compared to 2021, and again, of course, to 2022. So, if members pay their loans on time, do not default, again, these are an expense we can comfortably deal with, and then increase the interest on member deposits. Then the SACCO, of course, as per the SACILA, we have to provide for these loans per the SACILA recommendations. So if a member has a loan and is supposed to pay, for argument's sake, 30,000, but he's paying 25 every month, honestly, at the end of the year, his or our loan will be in arrears of 60,000, and that one will impair our own provision. So those are the things which were covered in last Saturday when we have the education on how do we be a good standing member. Yes, a member can be paying loan on a monthly basis, but the payments are erratic. 40K, you skip 2 months, 70K, you skip 2 months, 10K. Now every month, see now those kind of payments, the SACCO is affected. Then the other one is on the share capital against the member deposit. Understand there was an increase on share capital due to increase of shares from 2K to minimum of 5K for every member, and most of the members complied. That's why we have a jump from 700 to 1.6 million. Then in 2022, there was a 25% growth in member deposit from about 20 million to 25 in 2022. This was due to new members as well as some dormant members activating their accounts. However, as it was pointed out in the chairman's report, most of the members, or some of the members, when they take loans, they focus on servicing loans and forget about the savings. And this, of course, has cash flow implications in terms of liquidity to the SACCO. So we urge the officer, once a member gets a loan, he should get a repayment schedule capturing savings, benevolent, and a loan, so that members don't focus only on the loan and forget the other aspect of it. And that you're coming to pass a resolution. Shouldn't you only be servicing loans? Shouldn't we consider you maybe for a top-up? Because you have saved 300, you have taken a loan of 900, you are servicing the loan, but you don't care what about other members if they want to get a loan. Is that a selfish kind of attitude within, when looking at that particular member? Then the other one is on the return on investment to members. So again, over the first 5 years, the SACCO continues to post impressive return on investment to members. If you compare, like, for instance, 2021 to 2022, from 1.6 to 2.3, that is about 40% of distribution to members. So members, I would encourage, let's save honestly, let's service our loans on time, and let's save honestly every month. And in that, our SACCO is heading to the right direction. Thank you. So we need to adopt this this report, but this is for Secretary to...
Thank you, Treasurer. Yes, we need to adapt his report. So who is proposing and seconding his report before we have any matters arising from his report? Yes, Deborah Mwenda has proposed, and who is seconding this? Jeff Gatobu. Thank you so much. I want to welcome Madam Weruga, the cooperative representative. She's with us. The questions that are pending, they will be posted to her. She'll be able to answer them when her time comes. So, questions to the treasurer? Yes, Jeff?
Budget part, I think mine is just to point on the marketing and publicity. You can see there was a budget of 70,000 and the actual was 18,000. So let the marketing and publicity team please wake up, because in the current marketing is a tool that you cannot ignore if you want to grow. And the business people who are here can attest to that. Personally, for example, for my small business, my monthly budget for marketing is way above the budget for 1 month only, not leave alone the year. So the marketing team, for us to be able to move from where we are to where we are going, where we want to be, please, there is a budget, and even the proposed budget is still small if you go out aggressively for marketing. So that is one of the points. Then the debt recovery expense. The debt recovery, I remember last year we mentioned in terms of looking at the debt recovery, even approaching a debt recovery agent who can be able to follow up some of the bad debts that the Sacco has. And the actual that was 25,000, the budgeting of 30, I think that's also should be revised by the treasurer, because possible impairment of 1.2 vis-a-vis 1.6, even if you use debt recovery and pay 100,000 and you recover 400,000, we are still in business. So please look at the avenues of debt recovery, and you have the budget. Please go ahead and implement, both for the marketing and for the debt recovery, so that we keep recovering every shilling for the Sacco that is out there using the resources available. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Once the management have the next meeting, they look into it on those two aspects, recovery budget and the marketing.
Thank you, Treasurer. Mine is to argue that we should be having time rein, maybe especially for the loans. If it's 3 years, let it be 3 years. If you took loan like maybe 40,000 and you are supposed to pay, let's say like 4,000 every month, let them pay the 4,000, not less than 4,000. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a good concern, because if your loan goes beyond your tenure, that loan will be in perpetual default, and it will be affecting our loan provisioning. There's one account which has gone over 6 years. Yeah. So you can imagine for the last 3 years, that loan has been default, because it's dragging beyond its spirit and tenure period. So it's even a concern to members. Once you get a loan, Yes, we have not been that stringent in terms of even trying to know where you can get the sources of income. You have been a bit reluctant on that, and that's why some members take advantage. You get a loan perhaps which it's beyond your repayment ability. And that's why some members make erratic payments. Yeah? Because, you know, if you don't pay within 3 months, so maybe you pay half of that amount, next amount you pay double. But we understand the nature of our members. Some have various businesses. That one we understand, and we are considerate on that. I don't think there is a member who have denied loan based on their sources of income.
I will start with just a comment. I know of a SACCO where when you take a loan, every month, part of the repayment should accompany the monthly contribution. And actually, when you have the loan, the monthly contribution goes higher than when you don't have the normal. I don't know how we can implement that, because that will surmount this problem we have of monthly contributions. Personally, I confess to forgetting about monthly contributions. But now I want to change that and maybe do a check-off. Now, the other thing I want, and I think now that Mrs. Werunga is here, she will address, I want to know whether, first, with the developments of the new government, is the Credit Reference Bureau issue still working? Are they suspended, or can we still use CRMBs to follow up on our loans? The other question for Werunga still is, what are the guidelines to SACCOs on what directors of management can pay themselves in terms of honoraria, sitting allowance, and all that? Do we have a rule or a law guiding that? To what extent? Because it can grow crazy sometime. I think for now, let's go on with that.
So Kevin hand his hand up. So I don't know that we're going to address those issues first, or can also get from Kevin so that they can address it at once.
Final comment. Although we are talking of growth, and you better take this seriously as management, the growth we are experiencing is completely dismal. And I'm using those ones intentionally. This SACCO was supposed to be a bank in 2015. We are 8 years late. What are we going to do to realize the vision of making a bank? At 60 million, we couldn't be allowed, unless the law has changed, we couldn't be allowed to operate and deposit taking a microfinance institution. At only 60 million. But since I left the office of the treasurer, I think 2018, and I left a loan portfolio of 25 million, we have only grown it to that 80 million. So we are growing at a snail.
Thank you. I think I should stand. I have the pleasure of being here. I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ. I am a youth, and I think the only youth I have here is Maureen. And to follow up on Dr. Laititi's question is, in terms of growth, the only growth we can have is if we encourage other youth to join us. And it's a little bit disappointing that we have only youth. Is there any strategy we have to encourage the youth in terms of products to empower the youth? Do we have any strategy on empowering the youth specifically so that they can join us to ensure that we have perpetuality in this AMEKA Sacco? That's my question. Thank you.
The question he was asking is directly to you. I think you can answer that before we move to the next agenda.
Thank you, Kome. We have immense strategies and the ways and how we can incorporate everyone. We are not only looking at the youth, even the minors. The minor, we have them on board already. And I'm sure maybe, have you seen the financials, seen the growth in terms of membership? Only 5 the kids, right? So what you're saying is, your point is very much taken in terms of the account, of course, to be explored more. But we look from my boys, they are 2 years and 5 years. They are members. So also we want to nurture the culture of savings within their savings life, you understand? We also have product. Again, remember, Sacco is also not restricted, but they are just working within the bylaws and the SASRA's guidelines. And so the very normal and usual product, the savings, where you save and borrow. So even if you are youth, then you must be a member and save actively. Therefore, you can again borrow and pay promptly. And so our business is to protect cooperators who come together to cooperate, form a cooperative, and give members money. So even if you are youth, then you must be able to make sure really you follow as per the SASRAs and bylaws and our bindings. I hear what you're saying, so maybe I can call you later and maybe explore further. Maybe you have an ideas, which I know people of your age, they are very innovative, people of your age are very full of knowledge. So I appreciate your input and for sure be able to look at it. Mwendwa? Is it Mwendwa Mani Maureen? Sorry. Go on.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're well. In the nature of providing, I think, solutions, I have a few ideas. Probably you could guide me to the marketing people. I have heard Jeff talking about probably there's a kidogo difference of how we could probably improve the marketing side so that we can also grow our Sacco to become a bank. So I have a few ideas that we could implement. Being also in the insurance industry means that I have a couple of ideas that we may be able to turn our Sacco to have certain products to be able to attract us as the youth, which again will help us in good financial investment and to help us grow our money as early as possible. It's not that to pick a time where we are ripe in our age is when we are thinking of investments. So mine is basically to provide solutions of the problems that have been mentioned in the meeting. Yes, so probably Kaume could guide me where the marketing department is. I am happy to help. That is all.
Thank you. My younger sister and KK will, of course, reach out to you. You can be assured. And the other questions about the guarantor, before I give, we are cooperators. You and I, we come together, we form a cooperative. So my money is lent to Dr. Nathan, and your money as well. So if Dr. is borrowing 1 million, it means he has savings of 300. I have to be persuaded that the 600,000 is well taken care of. So that if Dr. Kirinya give you a guarantee that I'll pay this loan, in case of a default, I'll crucify his savings and recover. And no wonder the year under review, we have reduced completely the defaults. It is unfortunate that members only guarantee does not know the repercussions. Today, my spouse is not getting dividends on her savings because her savings, she turned to someone who defaulted and so recovered. Sacco, we are not here really to lose members' money. We are to protect your money and make sure we grow and actualize the vision, the founders, that they end. So sometimes when we put these things in place, it is for your own sake. We've also given alternatives of collateral. You have a car, you come, we evaluate, not 100%, not 80%, even some reasonable percentage, we can now have this loan against your property. We cannot again allow members to borrow more than they can chew. It is not acceptable. We are here to protect. We are the stewards. Even before God, we will be accounted on what we've been us to protect. So sometimes when we put these things so much strict, it's just to make sure the circle grows to where it is desires. Last week here, during the education day, we were comparing the time of inception versus, let me say, Kamuthi Circle. They are far, far, far ahead of us. So it is just really members to be disciplined a bit, see what you can be able to. If you guarantee Kaume's loan, please make sure in case of a default, we will recover your loan first. By the way, in the engine analysis of the loans go to default. Before it goes to default, we'll have called you, given you SMSs, ask guarantors to call you. Out the 90 days, then we recover. It is still substandard. Watchful. So we are watching, substandard, doubtful. Before it goes to loss, then it means even management, they're not asleep. So we are here to protect your funds. Kindly increase your savings. I am happy. I've seen people really saving quite a lot. You can be assured now the circle is really going forward. Sometimes, like that, it is really painful to lose someone. But at times, really, it calls for maybe to change the perception, the culture. But then again, we have well, because like that, I've learned a lot in your leadership, even in the church and the other places here. And one of the things I think you said one time, if you remember, leadership is missioned in your absence. So when we leave this circle, what will be said of us? God has given us opportunity also to serve elsewhere, Monday to Friday, where we are exposed to these things. So we look at what is best for our circle. And so when you come later after us, then you find policies, structures, systems. It is 3 times of savings. I know nothing like that. I have found members who are paying more than now 6 years. It's unfortunate. They were given either more. Sisi mara kwanza una default. Ruth is very, very efficient. She reminds you, hello Patrick, your loan is due on this. Amaje, please let us honor our obligations. I know the Werunga was speaking more on this one, but so collaterals are there. We have guarantors. So hakuna wakati loan itaenda loss because tutachukua savings zako na zako, then we pay the circle. And so let us really hold our hands together. 2024, 2025, 2026. We may be late, Daktari, to actualize the bank, but again, all is not lost. We are putting things in place and make sure we are in place. I think yes, Faith.
Good afternoon, members. My name is Faith. I want to maybe try to understand what Daktari is saying. For the members that are taking loans, and the guarantors that are there, say I guarantee someone 100,000, and I also have a loan of 100,000. Or first I have a loan of 100,000, so I've guaranteed myself. Then someone wants me to guarantee them. Does it mean that already my shares have been tied, or rather my contribution has been tied, that I cannot be able to guarantee someone else? And in that case, yes, and in that case, the members that we have, is it possible for at least 50% of the members to have loan, and those loans to be guaranteed by the same members that the active members that are there? I don't know whether you're getting my point. Yeah. So what are we? Because we are in other circles, and you can be able to guarantee like I have 100,000. I will be able to guarantee like two people and also guarantee myself. So what is the difference, or what will happen for us to get there, to be able to guarantee 2 people and guarantee myself? Is it a process that we are supposed to go to get there because it is happening in other circles, or is it in AMEKA Sacco that cannot happen? Because I found myself in a situation where we have come together as 4 people. We want to guarantee each other, but we can, if say I guarantee Jeff, and or rather he guarantees my mom and I guarantee her, then I cannot be able to guarantee another one person. That is what I really want to get clearly, because if it's like that, then there are people who will not get loans, because watu wenye wako na shares already will have guaranteed everyone else.
Okay, thank you, Faith. Let me just start this way, that there's something called exposure. So if I use your case, you have 100,000, you've taken the 300,000 maximum. Ideally, there's no free savings. Are we together? Jeff comes, he's applying for another 100,000, you want to give him 50. Jeff has 50, you want to give someone else. What we are doing, ideally, we are exposing the circle big time. If anyone default, just let me finish. If anyone default, we have nothing to recoup. And so our job as credit is to look at these loans and recommend, I have given not one or two. Please go and add more guarantors. So even if you get 20 or 50 guarantors, as long as circle money is protected, as long as you're protected, may it be so. Number two, we are cooperators. If you cannot maybe get many people also to spread the risk, basically, so then we are not exposing you actually. Again, members, we've found ourselves in the high cost of living, and hence, meeting obligations also becomes a challenge. So we also need to make sure not to bite more than we can. So I want to really say this. By the time your loan goes through the management, we factor all the risk and within the policy. Because this loan is guaranteed either by the collateral or the guarantor. And therefore, these people should be able to cover the loan. Let me take last one from Daktari. I don't know if you're clear, then you can be able to give time to the... yes, Daktari, then your daughter can go.
Yeah, we don't want this circle to tie itself to death. That formula will not make us grow. We want our loans, our money protected, yes. But we have allowed 3 times the savings. If I have $1 million savings, I can take 3 million. For me to get 3 million from this circle, I'll need every member in the circle to sign for me. Then how, and somebody else wants another 2 million, another 5 million, it won't work. So we must think outside the box and see how we can secure our money without denying members loans or telling them they must be guaranteed by an equal amount. Secondly, I don't know whether we changed our capping of how much somebody can borrow now. I think it was sometime limited to $1 million.
1.5.
So we are at 1.5. Next, when I get, my friends are in the management, and I want them to sign for me. They say they are not supposed to sign because they are of conflict of interest. First of all, where do you get your signatories yourself? And how do you get?
From the members, as we can get from the members, but allow me, let me allow Werunga to answer, but if Faith, then there's anything else, then we can pick. Werunga is noting those, eh?
I'm asking, I'm asking, shall we get there where I can be able to guarantee with the same amount? What will be the security? Because it is happening in other circles, so I want to understand why it is not happening here. That is my question.
Okay. We have
we open to other modes of collateral.
Correct. It is other, and also we have also collateral. If government defaults the loan and your savings is recovered, how will you feel, Faye? If your loan, if I default because to hapa zote, the risk imeconcentrate kwa watu waine pekee, and one of you defaults, and then I recover your 600,000, become challenges. Number two, and which one I want to introduce, is a check-off system. Members, our circle is unique. It's unique that I'm yet to receive a check-off. Okay, we are about to be there. As in a circle, akina stima where we are members, our either savings or loans, they're deducted from the pay slips and they are sent. So you give us your pay slips, give us your everything, that every month is just a starting order, and the check-off comes to us here. Then by so then, we'll be able to control this default rate. Is that correct? So I want to give Mase,
yes, we can pose the questions. We want everyone to be satisfied. and all questions answered before we come to the end of this AGM, because this is our circle. We own it. It is our responsibility. So send all the questions, and I believe they will be answered. I want to invite Madam Weruga. She has come with another guest, and she's going to take us through the remaining agendas. We have the appointment of the auditor. She's going to take us through that. We have the resolutions. We have, she's going to take us through the elections. So members, if you go out and she realizes that we are not a quorum, some of the things may not be done. So hold on, the agendas remaining are very few, and the questions, Daktari, they all will be answered. We have taken note of that. So, Madam, those questions that have been posed, some of them I believe you'll be able to answer, and what you are not able to answer, they will come back to the management, and I believe we will be able to answer all those questions. So, kindly let's just give her an applaud of a clap as she comes in. She has a guest, she's going to introduce her to us.
Habari zenu. Najua wapele mimi huenda kanisa. Anasema sio lazima kila mtu asimame pale juu. So mimi nitasimama hapa chini. I've come with my colleague. She's Shamir Karur. Tuko na watu wageni. So she is one of the officers in Kasarani. Tumeambatana naye. Ingawa tumechelewa sana, mtatuia radhi. Jamu ilikuwa kubwa, so I kept on telling her, niko all soaps. Najua hizi simu ni mbaya. I've been at all soaps for 1 hour. Kumba I was very far. But it's good, tumeenda karibu tunamaliza. And what I've just had in this meeting is guarantors. Hakuna swali ingine. Ni guarantors tu ndio leo imekuwa topic. Sasa sijui kama tutarudi kwa darasa tusome guarantors ndio tufanye maneno mengine. 1. Guarantor ni nani? Ni ile mtu amechukua mkopo kwa niaba yako. Wewe umepewa cash, hata yeye amepewa lakini hajachukua pesa. So nyinyi wote wawili mumepewa pesa. Mmoja ana cash, mwingine amepeana zake. That guarantorship you are giving, it is the money that is in AMEKA Sacco. The money that the management committee is in control. Ndio huyu mtu asipolipa, hizi pesa zako zitachukuliwa. And when we give a loan, our strength is on the guarantors. When Ambema applies for a loan, kwa kamati, hawawezi kumpa kama guarantor hajasema, mimi nimekubali kumulipia. That is why guarantors wanaweka signature. Sindi mnaweka signature. Kusema nimekubali nitafanya nini? Nitamulipia. Utamulipia na nini? Na pesa zenye ziko AMEKA. Not anything else. And that is why guarantorship is not a signature. It is the money that is here. That they are in control. So kuna guarantorship mara 3. Moja ni kwamba nimechukua pesa below my savings. So savings zangu zinanisimamia. You will not be given 100%, you'll be given 90% of the money you have. And you've guaranteed yourself. It means you will not guarantee any other member mpaka umalize mkopo. Guarantor ya pili ni kwamba it is 50-50. Mimi nina 100,000, I want 300,000. 100,000 imeni guarantee. Watu wengine watani guarantee 200,000. So until your loan is 100,000 or below 100,000 is when you'll be allowed to guarantee another person. Kwa sababu zako tayari 100 zimekusimamia. Na wengine wamekupea 200. Another one is I have 100, I apply for 300. The whole 300 will be guaranteed. Mimi sijapeana zangu kunisimamia. It means I can guarantee somebody else. And that is what happens with guarantorship. So mkiniambia vyama vingine vinafanya opposite, unless you give me an example. Unless you give me an example, hii chama yangu huwa hatufanyi hivyo. We can just guarantee with a signature. It means umeguarantee mtu bila kitu. So if this person defaults, wanachama watatoa wapi, au kamati watatoa wapi pesa za kulipa ile default? Because kulipa ni kuchukua deposit za member mwenye ameweka pesa kwa chama. Hiyo ndio pesa inafikia wapi? They are in control. That is why we talk of guarantors. When you take this guarantorship, ukichukua guarantorship, kumbuka umekubali pesa zako zenye ziko kwa chama. So as a guarantor, you are supposed to follow up, huyu mtu analipa loan yake ama halipi. As a guarantor, kamati wanatakana kukujulisha. Umejua nimeassume mnanijua. So I didn't say my name. Naitwa Werunga. So kamati hawajui mimi mwenye nilichukua loan, wanajua guarantor ila alisimamia loan. That is why when somebody defaults, they follow the guarantor. It is the guarantor to follow the loanee. Kwa sababu what is at risk is your money, isn't it? And they have to make sure that every shilling is back. Guarantorship, sio mtu anakuja Methodist. Guarantorship, sio mtu anakuja wapi? Methodist Church. Guarantorship is a friend that you are taking a risk on behalf. And because of that, when it is community-based, kama hii yenye haina check off, we make clusters, groups, we make groups of our own. I know within yourselves mna marafiki 5, 6. So among these 5 are the ones who will guarantee you, isn't it? Kwa sababu anakujua mpaka ninajua kwako. When you don't have money, I know you don't have. When you have, I know you have. Why am I talking of these groups? Because daktari amesema anaweza apply 3 million. Atatafuta sako mzima kumgaranti. Na sijui kama watakugaranti kwa sababu labda hawakujui. But when we are in a group, si daktari amejua ako na 1 million. Si hata group yake ni ya 1 million. Ama daktari uko na 1 million and your best friend is 500, is 100,000. Friendship also goes with the class, isn't it? Ama urafiki yenu ni gani? It also goes with the class, isn't it? You decided to give your friends leadership. You see, friendship is just not friendship, isn't it? Lazima wanasema birds of the same feather, isn't it? So at least tutakuwa almost the same class. As you are saving, I'm also saving. So that when I want a guarantor, you are my guarantor, isn't it? But I'll not be there, I'm saving a lot of money, na mwingine has saved, but is my best friend. Where will I get the guarantors? I will not get the guarantors. Hawa mama wanajua, merry-go-round yenu, huwa hamuoketi mama yoyote kuingia. Si mnatafutana? Vile mnajuana. That is what I'm talking about. That is the group I'm talking about. Ile ya merry-go-round yenu hiyo. Because mnajuana, you are almost the same standard. Not the same, but almost the same standard. So that our savings ziko almost at bar. So when I borrow, even you know what I'm going to do. So if I guarantee you, I know. Biashara ikienda chini, I know that you are not doing well. So that out of this group, we can also assist one of us who is having a problem, biashara yake imefail, we can tell him, sasa wewe Masi, sujaribu hii. Kama hii haifanyi, jaribu nini? Hii. Na kwa vile Masi wewe uliomba tayari loan, na hauwezi kuomba tena, even within our groups, tunaweza kukusaidia so that you start this other business. Because we are friends. We are friends. So guarantorship, that is how tricky it is. That you guarantee using the money inside here. So if what you are borrowing will qualify for 20 people, then you look for 20 people. If what you are borrowing is worth 2 people, then it is 2 people. You can borrow 3 million and we can only guarantee you 3 of us. If each of us have 1 million. But if all of us are having 200, then it becomes a problem to this highest saver. And that is why tunakuja hapa tunasema sometimes, that is why we increase our minimum contribution. Our minimum contribution. Why do we go to minimum contribution? Because I'll be saving a lot of money. Wewe ukiomba you are given 3 times because pesa yako ni kidogo. Mimi nikiomba cannot be given 3 times because pesa yangu ni mingi. Mumesikia maximum ni pesa ngapi? 1.5. And I'm having 1 million. What am I borrowing? 500. And people are borrowing my money because wako na 100,000. Mnaona hiyo equality hakuna. That is why unaona tunawekanga minimum contribution so that even me of 1 million, I can borrow 3 million. Sio nyinyi muombe zangu na mimi siombi. Mimi nikiomba the only extra is 500,000 and I'll pay interest on 1.5. So for us to have that ground that is level, we always increase our minimum contribution. Lakini tukiincrease nyinyi mnasema wale wako nayo ndio wamesema tuongeze. Na wewe mwenye unaomba zetu, wewe una, lakini unaweza omba pesa zetu, si ndio? So let us, when we come in, let us tuchukuane as brothers and sisters, and we all want to move. We all want to move one direction. So here it is tricky because it's a community-based. Community-based, please go out and form groups of friends. Friends, not members. Friends who are members of AMEKA. I know you're having a very high default. Huyu anajua. Daktari anajua. Very high default. They could not follow the members. And members could even tell them, niko nayo na silipu utanipeleka wapi? So CRB is still there. CRB is still there. Nimesikia kuna mbili. Kuna Metropolitan and which one? Huh? TransUnion. Tutahama twende TransUnion. Nimesikia Metro imeanza mchezo. I've had complaints about Metro. That daktari here can go and tell Metro, toa madeni yangu. So they clear him in Metro. Wewe ukiclick in unapata is very clear. Ukimpea loan ukimaliza after few days ukiclick in unapata ako na loans zenye ali default. So tuko tunahama. Where we'll get the truth about you. Kenyans ni wabaya. Hata CRB imefika hapo corruption. Imefika that level. That they can negotiate with the defaulter atolewe, then akichukua loan anamrudisha. It's a very serious issue. Umeshangaa. It's a very serious issue. Niliona watu wakicomplain. So they are going to check on it waone which one is the best. Ndio tusikupee deni na tayari una deni ya bank. Ama una deni ya chama kingine ulitoroka huko. Then we give you more money. Then we are even subjecting these guarantors to a problem. And you know when they check and find that uko na loan haujalipa, hatutakupa pesa ingawa umesave. That is one. Two, they should let your guarantors know that kuna pahali uliomba pesa na ukatoroka. So are they ready to accept the risk ya kukusimamia wakijua once you defaulted? Because even if they clear you, you will still be there for 5 years. Yani tunakushuku hujarekebisha for 5 years. Even if you clear. So they will tell your guarantors, this is the situation. Guarantors wanasema hapana, siku hizi amekuwa mzuri. Sisi tumekubali tunamlipia, peeni yeye. That was the major reason why CRB came in place. So guarantorship sijui kama mumetosheka ama bado kuna swali. Kuna swali ya guarantorship? Introduce collaterals, that one you know, that they are collaterals. Collaterals ni title deed na logbook. Sijui kama mmeweka ingine ama kuna nyumba na rent. We will move to that. If you have a house, you tell us now, hii nyumba yangu nimekodesha and this is the collection of the rent. So we tell your agent or we become the agents. We collect, tunakata rent yako, tunakurudishia pesa zako. It's a very good business by the way. Can you start it? Wale wako na nyumba hapa mkoe agent eh? They are very faithful people. They just tell you this is our house. The sacco takes the rent, inakuwekea zako, inakata za sacco. And they are doing very well. Hiyo hata haina default mercy. Ni ile tu utaongeza wafanyikazi uwe na yule anaenda kuchukua rent. And you give them their account so that you can take loans. Sangapi utaenda uchukue rent ukuje ulipe, mara wanakusumbua, wacha wasumbue hawa wakienda kuchukua rent. Then we deduct your payment. Those are collaterals we want to introduce. But I think we are already having the logbook and the title deed. Title deed tutaichunguza vizuri ni ya wapi. Gari hatutachukua 100%. Tutachukua 50 because of wear and tear. But I know people have money. So guarantorship might be a big challenge. To get them, it will be a big challenge. That is why we are going, he has told us to look outside the box. We are trying to move out of the box and looking for other means so that you can get loans. Yes, Dr.
Yeah, we had a vision to, when we started this SACCO, we wanted it to be unbanked by 2015. We are 8 years late. At the rate we are moving, it will be even another 20 years before we go anywhere. And it's not possible. I've seen a small SACCO starting after us, and they have become banks. Last time I checked, it takes only 60 million of savings member savings to be allowed to be a deposit-taking microfinance institution. Maybe that has changed. And that's already a micro bank. So what we are saying is that we don't want to tie ourselves and kill the dream of the founders, kill the dream of the SACCO going into a bank by tying the little we have. You know, there are those people who protect the little they have and then lose the bigger vision. So can we open up to other less Indians? And we also realize that most of our management are working elsewhere. So it's not like they are dedicated 100% of the time to following these things. So can we get the least Indians collateral that I've lost two very close guarantors of mine who left the SACCO because they cannot get a loan because of the too much signing, guaranteeing the required. We don't want to lose any member. We want to build members and potential ones so that we can become a bank. So can we open up to more avenues of collateral, less Indians, because I'm not expecting Dr. Girinya to leave his job and go changing titles at the lands office. So let the management think, and that's why they are getting honorarium. Thank you.
You can always give those ones you are thinking of that don't involve a lot of work. Unajua tuwezi sema hawa ndio wana akili na sisi hatuna. Sisi hata sisi naye tuko nayo. Those ideas are supposed to come forward. Can you think of these ones as a collateral so that they look at it and include? I know guarantorship is an issue, and if we talk about it, tutaongea mpaka kesho. I've only touched a few things about it, not everything. A few things about it that is really key to us. And the really key is you guarantee a friend. A friend. That one I'll keep on telling you. You guarantee a friend, not a colleague. If you want to know a colleague is not a friend, ngoja kwanza waandikiwe barua ya kukususpend ama kukufuta. Watakuuliza unaenda kufanya nini? Sasa utafanyaje? Is that a friend? Ati sasa utafanyaje? Then they move aside and say unajua amepewa barua. Those are not friends. Look for a friend to guarantee. Kama alichukua mkakula choma, kubali ulikula choma hata ukilipa si mbaya sana. Lakini usigarantii mtu mwenye hata haujui. And then they were talking so rudely to even guarantors, ukiuliza mbona ulipi loan? Anakuona sasa, who are you asking me? Not that they refuse to pay because they don't have money. They refuse to pay because they don't want to pay. Hawakukosa pesa, they did it purposely not to pay. I think we are having how many millions? 5 million? About 3-point-something million. Yenye watu wamekataa kulipa. Si ati hawana pesa, but they don't feel like paying. So you can imagine guarantors wako kwa hiyo kazi ya kulipa hiyo pesa. Na mumeniambia mnataka ni recruit hawa. Si wale vijana ndio mmesema mnataka waingie. Hatujakataza vijana kuingia. Vijana mnaingia. Kama una mzazi hapa, it is an advantage. Chukua loan kubwa ukishindwa na kulipia kidogo. Mzazi becomes part of the guarantors. That is allowed. Usichukue loan kidogo, save, take a very big loan. Akusaidie kufanya nini? You'll be one of the guarantors. Akusaidie kulipa. Huyo mzazi wako mwenye ako member. Because these parents, me being one of them, We're one of the worst parents, the worst that you've never heard of. Why? We are doing everything for you. Everything. Hata daktari akinunua plot anapeleka kijana yake hapo, unaona hii nimekununulia. Kweli kijana atanunua plot? Eh? You see, that is what we do. So nyinyi mnakaa tu mkijua baba na mama wametafuta. But when you take a loan, anajua you are also hard working. He'll be very happy to help you pay than him taking it and doing it for you. Show that you also have interest to develop. So vijana karibu. Hii chama si ya kanisa, ni ya kila mtu. Kila mtu. We are just going, nimeona wanajenga hapa. Wakati tutafungua hiyo mlango, tutachukua wamama wote wanauza hapo mboga. On board. When Daktari was telling me about this thing called the bank, that time when he was still in the board, I told him that I hear kuwa Wameru wanapenda kujisifu sana lakini hawafanyi. I told him, ask him. Kuwa Wameru wanapenda nini? Kujisifu lakini hawafanyi. But I told him in Kenya, Meru is the richest, where billions are exchanged within 1 hour. Pesa ya miraa. The richest in Kenya ni Meru. So if your dream is taking, how many years now? How many years now tangu AMEKA ikuje? It is how old? 2009, saizi ni miaka ngapi? Saizi ni miaka ngapi? Vijana ni miaka ngapi? 206 to now? 17 years? 17 years? 17 years. Yule mtoto alizaliwa. Hii chama ikianza, is going to become a member when you are 25 million. When you are 25 million deposit. The way he has just said, hapa ni Roysambu, hapa ni Rosters. Hapa Roysambu ukiingia hivi, kuna chama pale. It is 9 years. 9 years. Is having 230 million deposit. 230 million deposit. 9 years. Yours is 17. They are now on a withdrawable deposit. They are already having, is it 10 million in terms of share capital. So now they are planning of having a bank. It is 10 million to have a FOSA. 10 million. Sisi tuko 25. Tutafika lini 100? Na Wameru muko na pesa, leteni pesa. You are not saving, by the way. You are not saving. Mnafanya nitoe sauti nisahau niko na hii. You are not saving. Dawa hapa ni kuweka pesa kwa hii chama. Have trust, have faith. Bring your money on board. If we want to go anywhere, ni pesa tutafanya nini? Tutaweka hapa. Unitas ni chama ya Muranga. Used to be Muranga farmers, tea farmers. They were just farmers. How many branches do they have? Walikuwa Mramati, now they are called Unitas. Hao wazee waliweka pesa kwa chama. When you go there now and pretend you want to be a member, you will be given 10 times your savings. Hizo ni pesa za wazee, sio zenu. That is their money. And do you know how much they charge you? 14% interest. 14. Wamekupea mara 10, ukiweka 50 unapewa 500,000. So people are going there feeling it is very good, but the charges are very high. We can also do that. Hatuwezi shindwa, sijaona hapa mtu hawezi toa pesa, by the way. Ni nyinyi tu mmeamua msiweke pesa. This dream can only come true if all of us decide to put in your savings. We are still only charging 5% withholding tax. Ukiweka kwa bank is 15%. Sasa sijui kwa nini hamkuji. We are charging very low interest. Bank nimesikia wamefika 18 na 22. Why should you go there? Why should you go there when you have a sacco? So ninawaomba sana, tafadhali, leteni pesa hapa. Your money is safe. Tukileta pesa hapa, I've seen you've increased in 1 year, you contributed 5 million, which was very good. Na nasikia kulikuwa na COVID kidogo akajaisha. Now that kameisha, situongeze 10. So COVID imeisha ama bado iko? Under COVID tumeweka 5 million. So tukitoa COVID, tuweke 3 times, tuweke 15. Ni nyinyi mtaweka 15. So that it becomes just, when you want any loan, you come here. Any loan. Hizi ndogo ndogo you can guarantee yourself. Si lazima utafute guarantor. You look for guarantors when you are looking for big money. Si nimeona hapa resolution ni nyingi. Maka sijui kama tutazimaliza. About the loans. So we are giving these things, but we also must think of where the money is going to come from. Tunaweza peana a lot of products in terms of loans, and we don't have products in terms of savings. Minimum yenu ni ngapi? Minimum contribution 1600. Divide by 30. Divide by 30. 40 bob. 40 bob. 50 bob per day. 55 shillings per day. Ndio yenye mna save. 53 bob per day. We, mbona unaongeza kwa 55? Money is always rounded down, so it is 50 bob per day. Hii chupa ya maji is what you save per day. Imagine 30 bob. 50 bob. So it is 50 shillings we are saving per day. Wazee na wamama kama mimi. Tell me how you are going to tell your child to save. If that is what you can save. Tell me. How you will tell your child, weka pesa na we mwenyewe umeshindwa. 50 shillings ni pesa ndogo sana mama. Especially wale watu wako na watoto kama huyo. The small children. Because every day you must go with something. Masi huyu. Anena na bob ngapi? 3 ya 20 bob. That is 60 bob. Lakini kwa chama anaweka 50 bob. I don't know. Because me I've always believed that pesa zenye nimeweka kwa chama ndio pesa peke yake nimejilipa kwa kazi ngumu ninafanya. The only money that I've paid myself is what I contribute to my sacco. Because once I get my money, sijui kama zinakuanga zangu, but out of my salary, there is nothing that is mine apart from the one I've saved in my sacco. All these other money I just pay out. I remain with what I've saved. Hiyo tu ndio pesa naniita mama na baba. So I don't know labda nyinyi mko nazo kwa bank, zingine zinawaita mama na baba, but mine ni ile tu nimeweka chama inaitwa shirika. The only one. Or else my salary yote. Yote tu ninalipa huku nje. Wale wameniona hapa mara nyingi, you see me coming kama sijashuka nywele. Sometimes I can't afford. Sometimes I can't afford. And that is why I pretend that hata makucha siwezi tengeneza, you know, it's not hygienic. We pretend, you know. Unajua mimi sipendi kushuka nywele, hawa watu wakinishuka natoka some boils kwa kichwa. When you can't afford, So we must look for these small excuses so that we save. So that we save. At the end of the day, utaona chama imekuwa kubwa. Chama imekuwa kubwa. And it is my prayer that all of us, we come together and increase our minimum. When it is possible, because it is community based. Kama leo biashara ilikuwa mzuri, weka mingi. Wakati biashara imekuwa kidogo, weka medium. Not max, si lazima uweke 1600. And these people, I think they're having a pay bill. Si utume tu. Then at the end of the month, you will see umeweka pesa mingi than what you bring at the end of the month. Because inaweza fika mwisho wa mwezi na kitu inatokea. Then you don't pay. And that is where we are getting defaulters. A defaulter is not a person who has not paid the amount at the end of the year. A defaulter is somebody who has paid less than what we expect. If you are supposed to pay 10,000, you pay 9,999, you've defaulted 1 shilling, you are a defaulter. If it is 10,000 and you've paid this month, this is February hujalipa, unakuja unalipa March 20,000, you defaulted in February. Wacha tupatane hapo kwanza. And saving goes like that. Usipolipa mwezi huu, umedefault kutoa. Ukitoa next month, hujatoa double, umetoa pesa hiyo mwezi 20,000. But this month, you didn't. Hiyo ndio shida. So wakati tunataka kukupea loan, tutaangalia hizo characters. How do you save? Because we can also give you a loan, na uamue kwenda kuishi miezi 6, ndio utakuja kutulipa pesa mingi. And within these 6 months, others are waiting for money. And you are part of the person who is supposed to bring the money to give the next borrower. Sikukuja masomo kwa sababu zilikoludi na zingine. I would have come and we would have talked about that. So that we have a habit of saving kila mwezi vizuri. Kila mwezi. Kila mwezi. Ninajua mfanyi hivyo. Naona mkiniangalia. Yes, daktari.
Just one comment, and I'm really very concerned about this. When Kome was talking, he talked about the management facilitating checkoff. Why has it taken so long? And the majority, okay, maybe not majority in this circle, but there are very many people who are on payroll. And when money is taken at payroll, actually it's like it's not your money. And I agree with you 100%. What goes to your saving, to your circle, that is the only money you have. All the other money comes through your hands and you give it out. So why can't we start the checkoff? Who initiates? For example, if I'm going to my employer and I want to make a standing order to be going to SACCO, is it starting from the SACCO or from the employer? Can we clarify that?
Checkoff system will start from you. You. Unasema wewe ni member wa AMEKA, ungependa pesa zako zienda AMEKA. They can be writing checks to AMEKA from your salary. If you are more than one, wanaandika tu check moja, nyinyi wote inakuja AMEKA. If you are in cooperative bank, tutakubali uweke standing order. Because cooperative bank, they negotiate with the SACCO and agree that hautatoa hiyo standing order. Lakini wengine wanaweka standing order daktari, alafu wana make sure ni ya tarehe 10 wanatoa tarehe 8. So pesa hazikatwi. Ama anaenda na revoke that standing order once amepata loan. That is how tricky standing orders are. But if we can use check-off, that is the best. If we can use your rent, hiyo sasa ndio sana. Hiyo ndio sana sasa mkitupea hizo nyumba mko nazo mami. Tuchukue rent, tukue agents wenu. Tutachukua ka commission kadogo tu. That one I was talking about, their landlords who have formed a SACCO. And it's a very interesting cooperative society. I went there with Shamir and she was shocked that these guys, the chairman just stands up and say, this time I've arranged, I want us to go to Israel. Who are willing to go? Mimi na bibi yangu, AGM, 100 people. That is how strong those guys are. I told them, you are the first Kikuyus I've seen using their money. First ones. Bure, we are always looking for money. We die looking for money tunaachia watoto. We've never enjoyed our money. Siku gani hao mama wataenda out? Wajienjoy pesa yao? Hakuna. They are always looking for money for their children. Told them nimewapea max. Hongera kubwa sana. This time I don't know if they are going to Japan. They go out. Last year they went to Mombasa for 1 week. Wakaogelea. The only amusing thing they told me that when they went to to where? Israel. Kila mtu alikunywa pombe apart from one. And it is full of pastors. And then they told me that was wine. Ile mtakatifu. Wine ya Israel si kama ingine. So walikuwa wanaonja ilikuwa na test namna gani, hawakukunywa pombe. So it is interesting also to go out, isn't it? And enjoy ourselves. One time they will arrange so that we come together and then we can get guarantors also. That was by the way. Sijui kama mna swali ingine or I can proceed. Yes. Management committee are the owners. Management committee are the owners of the 25 million. 25 million, your savings. They are the owners, isn't it? They are in control of 25 million. How can I give you my money and I give the security? Are you seeing the danger? Mimi ndio ninakupa na mimi ndio security ya pesa. Is it possible? Is it possible that I give you the money and I'm providing the security for the same money that I've given you? If you don't pay, do you think I'll deduct my money? That is one. That is why we don't want. Two, if we allow them to guarantee each other, watachukua loan bila hata nyinyi kujua. Nyinyi hamtajua, watakuwa tu wanamasi anaambia tu nilikuwa nataka 1 million. Nilikuwa ninataka. Where we are moving now, the non-deposit taking, lazima waweke pesa za kamati kwa audited accounts. Lazima waweke their savings and the loans. Lazima waonyeshe kwa audited accounts so that they don't take excess money. Na savings zao ni kidogo. They're just trying to prove to have some controls so that when mercy comes to you for guarantorship, unajua hata yeye anafanya nini? Anaomba. Na huwa tunawaambia hawawezi kosa guarantor kwa sababu nyinyi ndio mliwachagua. Si nyinyi ndio mliwachagua? So watakosaje guarantors? They also ask me that question. Oh, sasa nitapata wapi loan? Na mimi hawa ndio marafiki zangu. Mmejuana kwa board, mlikuwa marafiki lini? Or now friendship is there? So that is why we don't want them to guarantee. We see the risk. Wengi when they guarantee somebody who defaults, akikuja kwa board when they mention Werunga, anasema nilikutana na yeye, akasema ataanza kulipa next week. Hatujawahi kutana. Yani hataki apunguze savings zake. So it will always be there. It will always be there, defaulted loan, but they don't effect. Lakini kama ni wewe mara moja chap. So that is why we don't agree them to do that. You are also asking about the sitting allowance and honoraria. Sitting allowance, zamani vyama vikianza, we used to have control over it. But as they grew, ni how. But they put it in the budget. This budget, hiyo ndio makosa wananchi hufanya. Budget ikiletwa kwenu, wanasema proposer, seconder, yes. Maswali, hakuna. Hiyo budget, ukisema proposer na seconder, hamujakubali budget iko sawa. Umesema ni yetu. Now we want to discuss. That is when you now ask the treasurer, hii sitting allowance umefanya namna gani? We want you to reduce it to this amount. You are now discussing the budget. It must be discussed. Munaangalia hizo vitu wameweka hapo. Mbona hii ime-expand, mumeongeza double? Tell us why. They are telling you the budget for 2022 and actuals 2022. You ask, kwa nini hapa muli budget hii na mumetumia hii mingi? You are the people who budgeted. How come imepita? Give us an explanation. So once the budget wame-discuss, na zingine wame-reduce, zingine wame-ongeza, now we approve the budget with changes. Hapa hatujawahi fika hapo kwa sababu hakuna swali kwa budget. Now we approve the budget with changes. That is what happens with the budget. It's not on stones ati wamesoma sasa ni sawa tu acha tuwape. No, you must discuss because it is your money. It is your money. Honoraria is the same. When they do business, waone tumetengeneza business, maybe tumefanya vizuri, wacha hata si tujiambie pole, and then they come to you asking if you can give them that money. Siwa wanakuja. Honoraria is never budgeted. Ikiwa budgeted wakiapprove watajilipa bila nyinyi kujua. That is why we say they can't put it in a budget. They come here to seek for your permission to use that money. Lakini wana uwezo wa kukula kabla mjue, lakini huwa tunasema honoraria ifanye nini? Iwekwe. And that is why we say don't put the sitting allowance a lot. People can tell you thank you, isn't it? When you do well. Actually, that is why you saw the court ikasema CDF iwezi fanyiwa na mheshimiwa. Because mheshimiwa is supposed to supervise the development, not to supervise himself. Amepewa pesa ya CDF na yeye ndiye anaangalia vile zinatumika. Is that possible? It is not. So that is why the sitting allowance honoraria, we are not in control. You are the people in control. Nyinyi mkiwa members, you are the people to say hii iko sawa, hapa punguza, hapa ongeza, hivyo, then we approve the budget.
That point, yeah, you have answered very well. And that's why I have an issue with our management. Nothing personal, just business. If you look at the growth of honoraria for the last several years, the curve is actually
going up.
Not going up. Is it perpendicular? Almost perpendicular. It's exponential. Because from 240 to 480, 560, 640, 720. That cannot be sustainable.
Imefika 740, 20?
Yes, that's what they are proposing for 2024. Now, listen, at 720, this year, all members are supposed to share 2.3 million. But the 10 of them are supposed to get 560. 560 would be 56,000 roughly, shared among 10, if they are 10. But the 2.3 shared among 421 members, you can do your maths.
It's 10%. It's 10%. Bado ndio nataka kudeclare. Ngoja ni declare.
No, the 2.3 is what is constituting 10%. It will be 2.3 million, isn't it?
10%.
I stand corrected. Maybe I said
it is 10%.
Yes.
And dividends is at 12%.
12% of 2.3, or is 2.3 the 12%?
2.3 is 10%. Dividends is 12%. It's different. Interest on deposit is is at 10. Then dividends is at 12. Sijui nitafika hapo. It is 10 and 12, isn't it? Lakini unajua hii 10 and 12 italingana uliweka pesa ngapi?
We want to go in actual figures, in little shillings.
Yes.
Let's leave the percentage a bit.
Chukua pesa yako daktari, as at 31st December, multiply by 10%.
That's okay.
Then from there,
I'm looking at the global figure that will be
distributed,
paid as dividend to members.
No, as interest to members. Interest.
Yes.
Dividends ni 12. Iko tofauti. There are two figures. There is 2.3 million and there is 192,000.
Yeah, 192 will be
at
paid
12%.
At 12%.
Yes.
Dividend, the 2.3 will be at 10%.
Yes.
Yes. And then, can we constitute the percent that goes to honoraria?
Sijui sasa tutacalculate na nini? Calculate tu. Is it against cost or against?
The point is simple. Yeah. For the work that our brothers and sisters are doing for us, and what they are allocating to themselves, there's nothing commensurate. And it's not consistent with the slow growth that we are seeing in the circle. And that's my point.
Honoraria iko juu.
Very high. Actually, it's exponential. Now, in 2024, I think it will be a land of all the members. So I was asking, is there a law or a guide how to cap that.
We usually cap it in the AGM. Because sometimes watu wanasema iwe percentage of the revenue.
And that's what we are going to do.
And the percentage of the revenue is very risky. Watapata pesa mingi. The percentage of the revenue.
Depends on the percentage, yeah?
No, of the revenue.
Not the revenue. Of
the revenue.
No, it's the money that is left at the SACCO. That's the SACCO money. Retained earnings. That is that what belongs to the SACCO.
Yes.
What will have been made in the year.
Members are leaving.
What?
This question was done further. We will be left here with guidance.
Wacha tumalize mkutano. Tukifika hapo tutadiscuss honoraria. Tutadiscuss that one, eh?
No, please.
Operation efficiency.
Let me move.
I'm looking for something here and I'm not seeing. Expenses against revenue. Expense against revenue. So please come, we finish. Ninamaliza, nataka kuwapea pesa. I think I've done the most part of it. Eh? No, I want the percentage. I want these expenses towards revenue, excluding the dividends. So we want to do kupeana pesa, na ninaona mnaendelea kupungua. One, let us appoint the auditor for 2023. Auditor 2023 tumekuwa na FECAM, Howell and Associates. I don't know if you want to maintain him ama tutafute mwingine. Tell us. Auditor, I'm dealing with the auditor now. Najua watu wameisha kwa hall. Sijui wangapi wako online mpaka sasa. Eh? How many are online? So they can also contribute. We've taken long, eh? Auditor, 2023. We have FECAM and Howell and Associates. Sijui kama mnataka aendelee ama tufanye namna gani? This is the second year. Waendelee. Proposer? Seconder? Have you taken their names? I had so many resolutions. Sasa watu wameisha. To increase mobile lending to 50,000 payable in 1 month. Huwa mnapewa mobile borrowing. They want to increase it to 50,000, but you pay it within 1 month. Muko sawa ama pana? It used to be how much? 30,000. They are moving to 50,000. Are you comfortable ama hapana?
How is the repayment?
1 month.
What is
We raised to 50,000 from 30,000. Kuomba pesa ya simu, mulikuwa ukiomba pesa through the phone wanakupea 30,000. Unalipa within 1 month. They are saying, can we move to 50,000 within 1 month? Eh? Wanasema hawana shida wale wamechukua, they are paying. So we are okay. Wewe umepropose. Unaitwa? Na ile jirani yake amesecond. Ile jirani. Ken. Ni Ken Mugambi ama Murioki? Ken Murioki. To increase emergency loan from 100 to 100,000 payable in 6 months. Emergency, 100,000 payable 6 months. Nyinyi mnasemaje? It used to be 50, now it is 100. Are you okay? Nataka propose na seconder. Tuna propose na second, even if it is okay. Nani ana msecond? Staki huyu atakuwa kwa minutes zetu sana. Proposer, seconder? Ako huku nyuma, huku. Hata there is, okay, there is Jen, there is this guy there.
The name? The name?
The name.
They're saying I'm on I've done number 7. No, I've done number 4, number 5, number 6. No advancement of loan to members who do not make monthly contribution. That one we are not making a resolution. That is what is supposed to be. That you will not be given a loan if you are not doing normal savings. Then let me go back to number 3. To adopt the treasurer's budgets. Mulisomewa mkamaliza. Mulikubaliana nayo? Budget. Ama mko na copies? Ilikuwa kwa simu. Was it okay? Or you refuse to reduce some things, now you want to reduce?
We are not rich, but you have said we can modify.
So, as you are trying to confirm, let me go to number 8. Board members should not be less than 3 years in the circle and must be saving frequently and to uwe na miaka 3 kwa chama and you are a frequent saver for you to be in the board. Those are conditions we are trying to put to you. Ndio mjue next time when you apply. Tutakuwa tunaangalia computer hapa the way you do your savings on monthly basis. Na uwe kama umemaliza 3 years. But you can tell us also your views. Hiyo ni maoni yao. Nyinyi mnasemaje? Penye nimetoka mtu wa miezi 6 amechaguliwa kwa board. Hata hana savings. Then to approve benevolent fund to benefit principal contributor and nuclear family, that is 15,000, and contributors parents 10,000. Kwa mnapeana ngapi kwa benevolent? Oh, you are starting. Wanatoa pesa ngapi? 100 per month. 1,200 per year. Hii ni benevolent kama amefanya nini? When somebody dies, you are given 15 and 10. Sijui, nyinyi mmekubali kutoa hiyo 100 kwanza. Kuna wale wanatoa. So these are the benefits. That nuclear family and yourself, you'll be given 15,000. Then your parents will be given 10,000. But we'll also look at the insurance side also and see. But 12, I think 12 ni kidogo. Should be keeping something like 23, 25, around 15 or something. We will check on it and we'll let you know. So that when you pay that 15 is also per year, but you will cater for, kuna wale wana cater for 10 people. That is you, your wife, 4 children, both parents, wa baba na mama, side ya mzee na side ya mama. Those are how many? Those are 4 plus 4 plus 2. 10. There are some who are giving a 10. So it will depend. But this one, let us agree that it is 15 and 10. When they get the figure of the insurance, then they will also let you know. But that one, you can only do it also through the SACCO. That you can contribute, then something happens to your parents. Both. Then they'll give you either 50,000 or 100,000 or 250 or half a million, depending on the amount you've paid. Wewe ukilipa, it caters for 10 people. Lakini, for now yetu, we only cater for you, your children, and your parents.
And for only those who have contributed.
Only those who have contributed.
Yes.
So that is okay, 10 and 15. Nani amepropose? Nani amepropose here? 10 and 15? And they want you to be monotonous. I don't know why. Members. Ama hamuko members wa contribute? Najua not everybody is contributing. Nani wana contribute shilingi 100 ya benevolent? Nyinyi ndio nataka mpropose na kusecond. 15,000 and 10,000. And the other lady there. Hilda. Lakini tutaangalia ile ya insurance Gani sijafanya? Number 7. Board members should be members of in good standing with not less than 200,000 in savings. Members in good standing. Not of good understanding, no. In good standing. In good standing. In good standing. Iko kwa bailo. Angalia. In good standing. Yaani unalipa loan zako vizuri. Hautoi vitina mbaya sana kuhusu AMEKA. Na unalipa mkopo vizuri. That is what we are talking of good standing. And you must have more than 200,000 in terms of savings for you to be a board member. For you to be a management committee. Najua nikiwaita board member watafikiria wamefika board. Hawajafika? Hawa wanaitwa management committee. Mkifikisha 100 wanakuwa board members. They become directors. 100 deposit. 100 million. Then they become board of directors. Lakini below that, these are management committee. That is why they are managing loans. Sijui, are we comfortable members? Kwa kuchaguliwa kwa kamati, lazima uwe umemaliza kwanza miaka 3 kwa chama. Pili umeweka 1,200 kama deposit, kama savings. Ndio uqualify kukua kwa board. Na uwe yule mtu unalipa mkopo wako vizuri na unatoa savings zako vizuri. That is where we are. Is that okay? It is not okay. Ukisema hapana, kuna speaker hapa, kuna freedom of speech. Wale wana maoni tofauti.
Yes, for that approval, I'm thinking you should have a minimum deposit of around 400,000 because 200,000 will be very easy to raise. Add 400,000 ukipatio cheo, you feel you deserve it. So iongeze mpaka 400, 200 ni kidogo.
Uchunge mbuzi ukiwa na yako. Yako iwe hapo. Na mumemuunga mkono. So we are talking of 400.
So is it for the chairman or everyone?
Yeye amesema tuwe na 400 Ni maoni anapeana. Bado ninachukua maoni. We will come to conclusion. Yes.
400 is a bit on the higher side. Let's start with 300 immediate. Then next year we can increase to 400.
Or we can tier.
Peana huko juu. We are discussing Tutaamua tu baadaye.
Excuse me. Since we are giving suggestions of what we think, or I, Morioki, thinks that for the moment we can start with 200. No, that is my suggestion.
Yeah,
yes, I don't know.
Ni maoni yake.
Maoni yangu, correct.
Umesema tuanze na 200.
Mwingine 400. What is your proposal?
I think 200 ni kidogo sana. Kila mtu anaweza raise. Acha tuanze na 300. At least ikuwe struggle. Kuwa na yako utuonyeshe.
Sawa, we are discussing.
Okay, mine is a question as regards to that, because before I don't think we had this thing before. So if we have any member of the management who has not reached that target, does it mean they are going to step down or what happens?
Okay, I will not answer it. You guys, now guys, somebody there.
Hi everyone. I have a suggestion, probably which could fikisha everyone katikati. I don't know if it will work. It is my suggestion. So probably the way people are saying at times it's too high, wengine wanasema ni kidogo. Can you put it in a structure where, depending with the level of the person in the board, so you could put a higher amount if you're sitting on the topmost chair. It goes like that, like a reasonable amount, but not kidogo sana. Ndio hata mtu asikie, wherever you're seated, you're also able to save as much as you're telling me as a young person to save. How much have you saved?
Mine is a question. Are we electing the board according to the financial ability or according to, not capability, the ideas and the things they can bring to grow the circle to that bank that we want? Is it financial capability or it's the skills that we need?
Yes. Kuna mkono juu tumemaliza. Oh, kuna mmoja hapa. I hope it's the last one.
I think I propose what Dr. Laitete said, because for one to be given leadership role and to tether some goat somewhere, if you had yours in that herd and quite a number of it, you'll be a very good shepherd. And we need the skills, just as Deborah is asking, but also we need somebody who is a shareholder, not just a shareholder. Shareholder mwenye ako na, he has a big stake in the circle, so that he can take care of our money, knowing that this money is part of his or hers.
So 300.
300?
We have 300, we have 200, we have 400. We have 400, 300, and 200. Kuna 250. Kuna 200, 300, 400. So ninataka tuanze kuconclude. When we start chama, we usually don't put these figures. But as we grow, inakuwa na pesa nyingi, tunaanza kuweka the amount to qualify to enter the board. Because you are going to control pesa. And I believe if you have skills, wanasema you can have skills, but you don't have savings.
Correct.
Who has said it is correct? Una skills za kufanya nini na unachunga pesa? How can you have skills na umeshindwa kusave? Why are you not applying those skills to put money here? So you must have skills za kusave pia. Huwezi kuniambia una skills huko nje na hakuna pesa hapa. Skills gani unataka kutuletea? Skills gani unataka kuleta kama umeshindwa kumobilize your own money and bring here? That is the question. So we are not saying because you have money, but because umeweka hapa pesa, unajua zikipotea hata zako zimepotea. That is why we are putting that money. So that unachunga ukijua that you have money. You see this stima moving around here. Ikirecruit watu. For you to be a delegate is 1 million. Just a delegate to attend this meeting. For you to be a board member, 3 million to be a board member. Milioni ngapi? Board member wa? Kuja tu mkutana hapo kuongea maneno ya pesa, 1 million. It is money. They are having billions. Sasa mkiniambia walete watu wa 500 kuchunga billions, surely hata zikipotea anapoteza nini? Kuna kitu atapoteza? Nothing. That is why, okay, it is not law, but people make those policies for the sake of their money. Kwa ukiwa hapo hata zako ziko. Na wakiwa hapa, I expect them to be the highest savers. I expect them to be the highest savers to encourage you to put money here. Hiyo chama nilikuwa nasema the chairman is having 14.1 million. One person. And they gave 12%. Alipata pesa ngapi? 14.1 million. I went somewhere else and there was an old lady like me. An old lady like me. Yule alimeretire, mimi sijaretire. And she had saved 20 million. 20 million savings. 10 million shares. 10 million investment. And everything was above 10%. So that lady went with more than 4 million. And unajua ile chama ilisema, he is the best saver, the best what have you. We've given her 2 days trip to Masai Mara na ndege na tumelipa. That is the trophy they gave to that lady. We want to reach there. We want to reach there. Yes, ati hana ati pesa ina kazi. Iko nayo. Lakini anaangalia akiweka kwa bank, he will not get that interest. Akiweka huko anapata nini? Interest. Because shares were being paid 20% on 10 million. So, musione chama alafu mnaidharau kwa sababu tuko na 25 million. Hata sisi tunaweza fika hapo. If we just become serious, we can reach there. Si ngumu kidogo kidogo tu and we move on. Kidogo tu we move on. Hii pesa mnaweka kwa bank, tafadhali leteni huku. Mulete wapi? Huku. Don't put your money in the bank 1 million. At when you are very broke, you have 1 million. When you are very broke, you have 1 million in the bank. So ulete hapa any interest. Yes, kuna swali nataka kuulizwa huko juu. So after that, we are going to vote. First, we are going to propose, and second, the amount. Then we will vote. Yes.
Good afternoon. Good evening, whatever the time. What I was suggesting is, I think the management can prepare a day, an education day for us. Today, people have really gone, and I'm afraid when we go, you will say we don't have a column. So I think the best thing is you can give us the chance to vote, and then we go. It's an humble request.
So, kuna 300. Kuna 300. Nataka seconder wa 300. Somebody suggested the minimum should be 300. Nani anamuunga mkono? I hope you took whoever said 300. So we get a proposal and a seconder, then we vote. Kuna ile itakosa seconder. Then we have a fewer chance. Seconder wa 300. Boniface. Wa 200. Oh. Withdraw 200. 400. 400. 400. It was this guy. You are seconding 400, eh? 400. Aya, ngoja kwanza nimalize. This guy said 400, isn't it? Who is seconding 400? Ati amesahau jina yako. $200? Sasa mumeanza kupropose, Jina? Catherine? 200? Nani ana second? Jina? Rebecca? There's 350 online. Nani amepropose 300? 350? Who is seconding 350? Members online? Titus Muguna. So we're having 350, 400. Majority of the members around 180, 150. Wengi wako hapo. So I'm not saying the board, I'm saying majority of the members. Board wanajua, walijua itapitishwa. Walijua itapitishwa. Walijipanga. So they are not afraid, whichever amount you say. They are not afraid. So let us vote for 200,000. Wewe. Mimi ndio nahesabu, achana na yeye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Online 200. Ngoja. Online? Online hakuna. Kwani mnachapa campaign? Mumeanza kuchapa campaign hapo? Mnataka kuharibu. Mnataka kuharibu kura. Mkabeba mkono ya nini? I'm saying this. Wale members wanasema, for you to come in this board that is having 25 million, you must be having 400,000 to be a board member. Beba mkono juu. 400. Mbona nyamu baby? 400 ndio ingie kwa board. Mnafanya hata nyinyi mna vote. 400. I want to count 400 to be a board member. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Mliweka mikono chini? 9. Umechange. Huyu hana msimamo. 350. You are only voting once. 350. Wale mmevote nimewaona. Tafadhali msibebe mkono tena. 350 to be in the board. Imekuwa suggested na watu wa online. 350. Haina mashabiki hapa? Wawili. Proposal na second wawili. 300. 300. I hope only members are voting, 1, 2, 3, 4. 300. Hawa ni members. Wewe, hawa ni members. Sasa nitawajuaje? Sasa nitawajuaje? Si wewe ndio unawajua?
Excuse me, sorry. We have people here who are not members of the SACCO, and so they are not eligible to do any elections. Until you become a member, register and pay the dues. And I have the names here: Kithenji, Gabriel, Gatobu, Charles, Kenneth Kimathi. Hii jina ingine isomeki hapa. What is this? Tafadhali, wanajijua, so don't raise up your hand because it is be very wrong because you are not members.
Tafadhali, don't vote twice. Na ninasikia hapa mmoja amebeba mkono. Kampeni tuliacha. Wagani? So, sasa unajua mmeniconfuse hata nyinyi wenye hamjaingia mmebeba mkono. You are members. Tafadhali kama wewe si member usibebe mkono. Tafadhali. I might not know you, but please let us do the right thing. I was at how much? 300. 300. 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Online? Online? Tuliweka wawili. So we added one. 200, 200, 200, 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Online? Online? Ungewa secretary wakae kama huko. Wamesema ni members. So this is 11, this is 2, this is 19. So we are having 411 members, 350, 2, 319, 206. So it will be 300. It is for now. Bado tutabadilisha. Bado tunabadilisha as the amount goes higher. Yes?
Yes. I'm saying we have come up with 300 and you are already in the board. Are you going to step down because you are not meeting the threshold?
Yes. Kuna ingine?
I have a suggestion. For what Madam Rebecca has said, probably in the spirit of increasing your savings, you probably add the money that you have there so that you can be able to reach the threshold, because those are the rules that we have agreed to pass as a team and as a SACCO. That is my suggestion.
Kuna maoni tena? I want to respond. I want to respond to those questions. Tumesema 400, 300, but tumekam with 300,000 for you to be a board member. This thing is going to run for just some few years. Then we come with another figure. We will continue going up. Tumepitisha that it is 300. We are giving you 6 months to reach 300. Kama hujafikisha na uko kwa board. Okay, kwa board, I know the list is having 250 and is only one. All of them are 4 and above. Walijua? Sinakwambia walijua. So hata kama mungevote 400 bado wangebaki. It's only one that is having 250. And that is why I'm giving him 6 months to reach 300. It will be effective in the AGM. Sijui kama tumepatana members. It will be effective in the next general meeting. Leo hata nikikuchagua kama una 300, next general meeting lazima uwe na 300. Kwa sababu tumepitisha leo. Are we together? Because we've made a resolution today. If they elect you in this board and you are below 300, in 6 months you must be having 300. Tumepitisha leo, so it cannot be effective today. But next year ni lazima uwe na 300. Audited accounts. Hiyo imeleta joto kidogo. Audited accounts. We are talking of the budget 2023-2024. Muli propose, muka second. Are we adopting it? I want somebody to adopt. I'm talking about the budget. Approve of the budget. Yes.
Hello. On the budget,
yes,
I propose to change honoraria.
Honoraria iko budget?
Iko kwa budget.
Hakuna hiyo, acha tutoe. It is not there.
Iko kwa budget.
That is what I'm telling them. Can you remove it from there? It is never budgeted for. Wanataka kuwapea kwa budget, watakula December. Na tujatengeneza faida. Honoraria is never budgeted, tafadhali, and staff bonus. It's never budgeted. That is why it's called honoraria. Wakitengeneza faida, ndio tunakubali kuwapea. Wakibudget, watakula hata kama hawajatengeneza faida. So that one, toa kwanza kwa budget. Kumbe mlikuwa mmeweka ngapi? 800. Walikuwa mmeweka ngapi? Eh? 2023? 2024? Nimeona. No wonder you are talking about 7. I didn't understand.
Go. So I'm proposing this honoraria because the last time we paid 2021 480, it goes to 500. That's my
So
proposal.
budget, is it approved?
With that change.
Tumetoa hiyo honoraria. Sikuwa nimeangalia budget. Tumecancel eh? It's not there. Umeweka. Umebadilisha. Ukaweka ngapi? Mumesema recovery of recovery expenses and marketing. Whoever suggested, how much did you want them to add? Marketing. Mulisema sijui wameweka kidogo. Yes? Marketing? Marketing walikuwa wameweka how much? 35,000. So you want them, waweke ngapi?
300,000.
Waweke 300,000.
At least.
At least.
Yes.
Yeye anatoa maoni. She's talking of 300,000. Yako ni ngapi?
Me, I propose 200 to start off.
200. Unaweka mwenye na propose eh? We are talking of marketing, eh? Marketing. Walikuwa wameweka 35, so that one tumeachana nayo. Somebody suggesting waweke 300, another one is suggesting 200,000. One way of recruiting your marketing department, if you want to go church-wise, munaenda another church. Then somebody anaomba ruhusa, anaongea baada ya service. Then you recruit. Another software ni kusema tuko na AMEKA Sacco, na hii AMEKA Sacco ni ya Methodist, ya Ruaraka, na sisi tulifanya mkutano, na tumekuja kusema asante kwa hii kanisa, Mungu ametubariki, mnaacha hapo ka 10K, alafu mna market. Hiyo ni kanisa. Another one ni mtu ataenda hapa and do the recruitment of these people. Wale wako around. They are very good people, by the way. You recruit them. Another thing is, when you as a member, you bring us several people, we will give you a token. Yeah, asante. The token will be discussed. If you bring us people, not a person, people, tutajua how much we can give you in terms of marketing. Then they'll make these flies, t-shirts, and what have you. That is what is done by marketing. So we're having 200 and we're having 300. Nataka yule anasema 200. Wale wana proposer wa 200 alikuwa nani? Benin was for 200. Seconder wa 200. I just want a seconder first. Najua. Seconder wa 200. Pick one. 200. 200 and a second hapa. Just put here. Second our 300. 300. Second ndio yule. There is one online anasema 100,000. Karo Kidhinji saying 100. Nani ana second 100? Amesekondiwa na Joelin 100,000. So we are going to vote 100, 200 and 300. This money si lazima watumie zote. They must tell us how they used it. Musitumie pesa na hakuna majibu. Lazima tuone majibu iende pamoja na pesa. Yeah. Lazima mtuambie mmeleta watu fulani and this is what we've harvested. Yes? Tunaogopa online, madam, kwa sababu ya pyramid. Sawa? Because tumesema membership yetu is within this region, ukiweka online tutakuja kukuchunguza. Because you might recruit people from very far. Na umetuambia we are within Ruaraka. Within Ruaraka. Ukileta huyo wa nje umemlete, lakini we believe is from Ruaraka. But when you put online, then we'll come to look at it, what is happening there. Sitaki kujibu maswali because we've not said we are opening branches outside. But when we grow, we'll be allowed to have a branch in another town. But hatuja grow, bado tuko mbali. 25 million ni kidogo. So we are having 100,000. We are voting, We are voting about the marketing. We are voting. There are people online have said 100,000. I want those ones to vote. Wale wanasema ziwa 100,000 for marketing. 100,000 for marketing. $100,000. For how many? Kwani nyinyi mpigi kura? 4. 200,000. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17. Online? Hakuna 200 online? 300? 300? 300? 1, 2, 3. 3. Online? We, wangapi mmekataa kuniambia? 300 online. There's none. 3. So we'll put 200. Hawa ni watu wa 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 online. Jolene has voted twice, So there are still 7. Hapa ndani mlikataa kuvote. Watu wa online wakipropose nyinyi mnakataa. So it is 17, so we'll put 200. Ingine ilikuwa nini? Recovery. Recovery. Expense. What do you do with the recovery expense? Or write-off. Or you want to be writing off 300,000, 30,000 per year. Hii pesa ni ya debt recover. What is going on here is, hata mimi nilikuwa nielewe kwanza. There was 30,000 kwa budgets, imeandikwa recovery expense. They are saying we are having about 3 million, yenye watu hawalipi na wako na loan yetu. Ile ya zamani, wacha kustuka mzee, ile ya zamani. Siku hizi hatuna deni. So that money they are saying, they want to engage a debt collector. Debt collectors are paid on recovery. On recovery. Wanampea commission. Sijamaliza bado, So wameweka 30,000. Akirecover atapewa commission. But during this recovery also, that person must also pay. The commission we will pay out. So it's not that our money will get lost. Not that our money will get lost. Wameweka 30, but what he recovers is what he gets commission. So his commission anatakana aweke kwa hizo pesa. But before he makes that movement, tutafanya nini? Tutamfacilitate kidogo lakini zitarudi. So they started with 30,000. That is okay. Proposal na seconder of the 30,000. So, can we now approve the budget with the changes? Can we have now the budget with the changes? Kwa sababu tumechange.
Yes.
Yes, this lady may approve. I don't know her name. I don't remember her name.
Oh.
Approval by changes of the budget. Jina lake. Jen, nani anamsecond? A seconder for the budget.
Boniface Mutembei.
Excuse me? Possibly this, I didn't get this clear. We've approved 30,000 on recovery. Suppose somebody has 200,000 that you're recovering, and you are giving a percentage. What percentage have you agreed to give the guys you are recovering? Possibly, I didn't get it right.
The percentage ya 200 watakuwa wamecalculate na wameongeza on that 200. So when this guy recovers, ana recover plus his own allowance, plus the commission. He's telling me it's usually 10% of the money recovered. So the 10%, hata kama tumefacilitate kwenda, the same 10%, this loanee will pay, the defaulter will pay. So our money will still be there. We will not spend without recovery. Tuko sawa? So I can, yes? So I can go for appointment of auditor. Number 10 bado, sijaanza kugawa pesa. So appointment of auditor, 2023. Mulipitisha? Haya, wacha nianze kugawa pesa basi. There is the dividends of 12%. That is 192,000. Wacha nianze na mingi. Interest on deposit of 2.3 million at 10%. That is, mnataka mpewe cash, ama tuongeze kwa savings zetu, ama zikulipie loan. Cash. Cash. Hiya musiti hata. Nani amepropose? Nani amepropose cash? Wewe umesema cash. Nani anamuunga mkono? This one. I'm dealing with the interest on deposit. Yeah. Nani anamuunga mkono tupewe cash? Najua tusipomuunga mkono amupewi. Amujui msipokubali hii pesa iwezi toka hata kama iko. You must propose and second. Dividends. Dividends, now that we are thinking of a bank, as it was the dream, I wish you could say tuongeze kwa shares zetu, the 12%. I don't know how much it is, but if you want cash, you'll also say. Kuna dividends ya 12% on your shares. So, mnataka kupewa cash, ama hiyo dividends tuongeze kwa shares zako, because we want to build up the shares for the dream we have of having a bank. And for you to have a bank, you must have 10 million in terms of shares. He's saying we can convert to shares, yes? Tumesema hivi, interest on deposit tumekubali hapa kwa mkutano zitalipwa cash. Lakini kama hautaki, zimepitishwa generally we are being paid. But if you don't want, you inform the office, zangu niongezee kwa savings, ama zangu nilipie loan. Lakini generally we have agreed we are being paid. Yule amedefault anangoja ya nani? So, tuko na dividends that money will be paid on your shares at 12%. They are telling me it is 600 shillings. So, the shares is the one I'm talking about. Can they convert this money of 600? They add on your shares because we want our shares to reach 10 million so that we can have a bank. And Daktari here is saying we can convert. Sijui wengine mnasemaje? Yes? Tuweke kwa shares. Are we comfortable? Hawa wawili. Kuna honoraria ya kamati. Honoraria ni ile pesa wanachama huambia kamati asante kwa kazi mzuri mumefanya. That is what is meant by honoraria. I know we can stop there so that honoraria tuongezi tena kamati. Mukipewa hii, let it stick there. Even if you get 10 million, even if you give members how much, we will put a break. I know you've worked because so much money was out. That is what you are looking at. Well, we've recovered really. For a long time, there was a big burden. Lakini tumejaribu recover. Na chama inaenda vizuri. Lakini hatutakuwa tunaongeza kila mwaka. That is my take. We don't add every year. We add our honoraria. No. I know you've come from, I know where your argument is, that last year you gave people 1.6 at 8%. Now you've moved, they are getting 10% at 2.3. Sasa hata nyinyi mumeongeza kitu kidogo. Lakini tutasimama hapo. Tusiongeze next year hiyo mabudget mlikuwa mnafanya. Umeona imeanza kuleta joto kubwa sana. So let us put a break. But these members are going to decide if they are giving you or not giving them. You are the members to make a decision. Yes.
I wanted to say something. Some of these things we are doing are sacrificial. And that's why we are calling on our management, the current management, to sacrifice as well. We sacrificed from 2006 to 2018 without honoraria. We were paid only once, 120,000. So when we start building as if it has become a business, it is the wrong notion. And then we are not growing the Sacco. That's why I was very concerned with these accounts. So I want to peg honoraria at 500 shillings, 500,000. Thank you.
That hiyo ni maoni yake. Others, mnasemaje? Unajua mimi nikisema atasema nimemuonea. Because for all the years he was there was no AGM. We did an audit for 6 years. So I think even 120 was excess. But that is not where we are. What we are saying, honoraria should not be so high, ionekane members are getting less. And we want to put it at that level for some years. Lakini kwa sasa wameweka ni pesa ngapi? 560. Nyinyi mnasemaje? Peana hiyo microphone.
Me, I support 560. They are doing a lot of work to take the Sacco where it is today.
Hiyo ni maoni yake. Others? I'm not going to close it down.
I think it's good to work with figures. How many people are in the management?
10.
10.
And one staff.
And one staff.
That is 11.
Call it 500,000, divide by 10. That is how much? 50,000. 50,000 for a whole year. And these guys come for the meetings every Wednesday, if I'm not wrong.
Saa 3 ya usiku. Mpaka hata siku hizi sikuji. Okay, anyway, just finish your point.
That is my...
That is your take,
my take,
Daktari. I gave you your time.
Yeah, so 50,000 for a whole year, and they meet. So maybe we can try and see from a HR perspective, how much 50,000? How much are we paying them for that time they are spending every week to come? Okay,
we are not paying them.
Appreciating them. It's an appreciation for the board. Yes. How much are we using to appreciate them for every day they come through the year?
That is what they have suggested themselves, that you appreciate them with 560.
That is 1,000 a week.
We are not talking about weeks. Tukifanya hivyo tutaharibu hesabu. What we are saying,
a day.
They meet at least once a month. But once a month is what is payable. Other time when they meet, they are not paid.
Let me put something clearer. When they come for a meeting, they have a sitting allowance. So this is an appreciation at the end of the period. So 50,000 to me is very good.
Sitting allowance. Sitting allowance ni pesa ngapi? Sitting allowance ni pesa ngapi?
Watu watani.
Yes, nani anamuunga mkono walipwe? Somebody had said walipwe ndio ndiye kuje kwa hii ingine. He had said they can be given the 560. Who is seconding him? You second. Wewe unasema 500. You said 500. So we are having 560 and 500. Situko sawa? 560, 500. So we want to vote. Kama watapewa the 560 or they'll be given 500. I'll start with those ones saying walipe 560. 560. Walipe 560. 560 wabebe mkono, then we'll go for 500. Yes. Wacha kuchapa campaign huko nyuma. Ninataka kuhesabu huko nyuma, unajua bado wana campaign. I don't understand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Online? $500? 500? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. 510. $500? Weke pale. Give me voting online. Ngoja ta repeat. Why is 70? How many were 500? Huh? 500 wa? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 for 500. 4 for 500. 2 tuaje? Oh. Mimi ndio sioni. Unajua nimekuwa mzee. Tafadhali, nimepotea. Please, wale watu wa 500, just raise your hands. Hakuandika 500, hakuandika, ndio yule pale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. Plus 2, 16. So 560, 9, 540, 16. 16. Sijafanya uchaguzi wewe. That was your main agenda. So we are going to do elections. Haraka haraka, 3 people are retiring, 2 from management committee, 1 from supervisory committee. My colleague will do that. They are retiring, they can be re-elected, you can bring in new members.
Good evening, members. Kopoa. So I'll do this quickly, Najua mmechoka. So we have 3 vacant positions, 2 from the management committee and 1 from the supervisory committee. So the committee, they're eligible for re-elections. You can choose to elect other new people. So we have from the management committee, we have Caroline Gatwiri, the vice chairperson, and Patrick Kiambarua. And for the supervisory committee, we have Anne Inanga. Yeah. So where are they? Where is Caroline Gatwiri? She's left. Okay. Patrick, you're Patrick. And we have Anne Inanga. Anne? Yeah, Anne. So they retire today, but they are eligible for re-elections. So if you want to retain them, that is okay. The ball is in your court, members. Ni nyinyi kuamua. So kama mnataka wakae, that is it. If we have new candidates, you can give us the names. Give them the mic. Unasuggest aje? Mnataka kupiga kura? Aya, mwingine ako na maoni mengine? Yeah, that's okay. So, mnataka mpige kura? You suggest, then give me names. Ya candidates wenye mnataka. And then we do an election. To vote. Give her the mic. We have a member. Wanipe management kwanza.
Karen Kevenji. Karen Kevenji.
Amesema? Anaitwa nani Harold? You're suggesting Caroline?
Position.
Caroline, yeah? So, nani ana second? Who's seconding for Caroline? We are doing an election, but do you have a proposer? It has no limit. Of what?
Wamesikia kweli?
So we have candidate one, Caroline. Nani ana second for Caroline? Who's seconding? I need a seconder for Caroline.
For which one?
Anna.
Excuse me, tunaweza kaa hapa mpaka usiku. Now, the issue is simple. If these people have served well, they are still eligible, we can give them a chance of serve them 1 year and see whether they are delivering. If not, we suggest other names so that they can get out and compete. Okay, if that's what you are doing, then suggest names.
Then give me names. I'm waiting. I'm here. I want names for
kama mnataka wengine.
Members, let's cooperate tafadhali. Give them the mic. Give him the mic. Sorry? But I have just read it. Can I repeat it?
The management committee, Caroline is retiring, who was the vice chair, and Patrick is in the credit committee as the chair. You are not electing the vice chair and the chairman of credit committee. You are electing members to the board. Then the board will sit down and give the positions. Sio direct, nyinyi chagua mheshimiwa, rais ataamua nani minister. Na board ndiye ataamua. So that is what you do. So Caroline doesn't want to come back. Caroline is not willing to come back. Caroline amesema hataki. Amesignal hapa chini. Akasema hataki kurudi kwa board. So nyinyi semeni mnataka namna gani? Tafadhali haraka haraka. You are suggesting who? Kidhinji amekataa. Karen Kidhinji. Karen Kidhinji. Proposer unaitwa? Jennifer. Seconder? Huh? You are seconding. Another name?
Ann Inanga.
Ann Inanga. Ann is proposing Ann. Ann Inanga is in the supervisor committee. Mnataka ingie kwa board? Who? Who? Who is not a member? Karen. Ni group ya watu gani? Ana represent the whole group ama the group comes? Yes, Ann, nani ame second Ann? Ann, nani ana second Ann Ingara? Ann, amekuwa proposed? You are seconding? Huyu ame propose, huyu ame second. And this lady next time second. This one is called who? Kumbusha jina. Online wametupea nani? Bado wana vote? Huh? Patrick has been proposed. Who was proposed? Nani ame second? Nani ana second Kome? Another candidate ama umetosha tupige kura? Yes? John Muriuki? Muriuki amekuwa proposed na? Nani ana second Jen? Nani ana second Jen? Maureen. So I'm having Anne, Karen, Anne, Patrick, and Jen. These are 4 people. Sijui wako wapi? 4 people. Anne? Where is Anne? Oh, Anne. Then there is Karen. Patrick. Then Jen Murioki. Huyo. So the 4 will go out. The 4 will go out. However, Karen represent a group, so I don't know how our voting is. That is why I have not raised it up. But Karen represents a group. It's not an individual direct member, but you will decide. So hawa waine mnaweza ongea hapo nje tuamue kesi yenu tafadhali. Haraka haraka. Mami. We just want 2 people in the board. 2 people in the board. Vice Chair, Chairman credits. Those are the empty positions. So out of 4, unapiga kura mara mbili. Mara mbili, because I want 2 candidates. So I'll start with Karen. Karen. Tumesema Karen, kumbuka kwanza, is a group leader. Is not an individual member. Sasa sijui pesa zake tutaangalia aje. Yes? Yes. Sijaangalia zenu, but I know you are supposed to be a member. She's a member in a group. Is an individual member. That is what they are saying. She's a member and I'm just confirming. She's a member. As a member. We are just confirming if she is a member. We are just confirming. Just confirm. Just confirm. That is why to me hold. Bwana ndiye alimpa authority. Bwana ndiye alimpa authority. Aliandika jina, akaandika barua. Bwana mkampigia simu na confirm. Yes. Nasema na list. Pigia simu. Pigia simu. Why are we wasting time? As we are waiting to confirm, unajua tume raise to 300. So group anakuja akiwa na pesa ngapi? It becomes complicated, isn't it? Nakuwa complicated kwangu na nyinyi pia. Amekataa is not a member. Amekataa is not a member. She's just confirmed herself that she's not an individual member. She represents a group in the meeting, in the AGM. Tuko sawa? Yes. So we go for Anne. Anne Inanga. Anne Inanga. Anne. We are voting for Anne. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But you can also vote. It's not that you don't vote. 7. 7 plus herself. 8. Yes? What we are doing, tunaendelea na kuvote. Karen has just confirmed is not a member. Tumempigia simu. Yes? We are voting 2 people because we are voting for the board. 2 people have retired. So you vote twice. So ya Karen tumetoa. And we've started voting. Now there are remaining 4. There are remaining 3 and we vote 2. The best 2. Now we are having Anne. Najua mumepotea. We are having Anne, Patrick and Jen. You choose best 2. Yes? Yes. The management committee can vote because we are voting for the management committee. So, tumeanza kuvote. Nianza fresh, yes? See, that is what I'm saying. I've given you 3 candidates. You are allowed to vote twice. The best 2 will take it. The best 2. Tuko sawa? The best 2. Yes? Nani atawavote? Nani atawavete? Kamati itoe mtu. Naji mumemsukuma kwa kamati. No, we can't do that. We are voting. We are voting.
Can we add
and we've voted for Anne. Now we are voting for Patrick. Patrick? Patrick? Twice. You vote twice. You are counting. You vote twice because there are 3 candidates. Eh? 28, put here 28. Wewe unajua unatupoteza. Wagani hao? Tumewaambia na wasiki. Please, we agreed that non-members are not voting.
Please don't raise your hand.
Unajua ninaambiwa hapa kuna wale mnapiga kura na mjaingia kwa chama. Jen, Patrick nimemaliza. Jen. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Hapo. 17. Andika. Tunangoja. Tumesema mpige kura mara 2. Kuna wale mmepiga mara 3. Hawa ndio wanaharibu kura. Hatujaanza kuvote ya supervisory. Mara 2. Na mbona hujaweka ya hukuweka? They proposed him in the management. She got 8 votes. She got 8 votes. She got 8 votes. She got 8 votes. Hapa 8. 8. Online. Vote for Jen. Hapana, ni wengi. Let's move slowly. Tuanze juu. Tuanze juu as we count. Karen and Patrick. Are we counting? That one is for Jen. 2, 3, 4. 4. Move up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just move up. Tujamaliza. Move. Songa tena. 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 4 for Jen. 4 for Jen. 4. Who you need? 20. So you can call them in, eh? You can call them in. Na leo tutaenda. Kuna ingine? Vote for Jen. This is one. Where's another one? Iko wapi? One comes. Wamekuja? So that we announce the results. Now we are going to elect the supervisory committee. Sijui wakati mlimpropose mlidhani tunafanya yote pamoja ama you thought so? Oh. Hatuwezi vote wote pamoja. Pole pole, tutajua tu hii kazi. Wamerudi? So we had 3 candidates for 2 positions, but they are telling me kulikuwa na confusion. So Ann got 8 votes, Patrick got 40, and Jen got 21. So Patrick and Jen will join the management committee. Yule alipropose Jen anasema aliconfuse. So Ann retire from supervisory committee. He can be re-elected or you can bring somebody else. Niambieni mnatakaje? Nipe majina ya supervisory sasa. Akae tu. Akae ama akae tu. Unajua ukisema tu kuna question mark. A retain. Wewe unasema retain. Wewe unamuunga mkono. Maoni tofauti. Yes? Una propose tupige kura. Nani anamuunga mkono tupige kura? We, tuna confuse. These 2 ladies have said to retain. That one is saying we vote. Now I'm asking, nani anamuunga mkono we vote? Wale wawili wamesema to vote. Wawili wamesema to retain. We want a way forward between the 2 decisions. How many are saying we retain? How many are saying we retain Ann? How many are saying we retain Ann? We want to make a decision whether to vote or not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many are saying we vote? How many are saying we vote? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 against 7. So we vote. Give me the names. Online wanasema nini? Eight. Sana na hiyo proposal. 8. 8. Nani atanunuliwa? Who is going to be bought? Tumesema tuko na Ann na kuna wale wamesema Ann abaki. Kuna wale wanasema tupige kura. Tukataka kuamua tunapiga kura ama abaki. Tumepata 8. That is how bad things are. Online mmoja amesema ati Ann abaki, so amefanya ikakuwa 8. Wacha kutoka wewe, ngoja. Wewe wacha kuharibu kura. So we want to make a final decision. Achana na hizo proposals za online. Hatujaamua kama tunapiga kura ama na retain. Tuko hapo watu wa online. We are saying this. Let us now vote for the final one. I hope amutatali. Wangapi wanasema yule ako abaki? Yule ako abaki. That is retention. Yule ako abaki. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Where are you? Is there a member? Okay. Wale wanasema hapana tupige kura. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mume defect. So they are what against what? cha kujitetea. Amesema Murithi Muguna, what are you talking of the tea? Hands is up for what? Ndio atuelewe huyu Murithi anasema nini? Vote ni VCT. Hawa supervisory. Yes, I'm having 6, 7. So I'm waiting for online to make a judgment. Eh? Ni ngapi?
Now we did another recount.
6, 8. So Anne will retain. 6. Election. Retain 8. Thank you very much for being patient. Ati musiende mungoje tuombe. Mkutano ijaisha na AOB sijauliza.
We want to pick up AOB very fast. In AOB, this is our annual general meeting. In AOB, online. Yes. Nina, write down that AOB. Yes.
From the look of things, our members need training. I think the management should consider a day of training. We get members get enlightened, and probably the running of the SACCO, together with how they are supposed to be saving and other affairs of the SACCO.
Thank you. Any other AOB? Kindly check online if there is anything. AOB online. I think we now come to the end of our AGM. Thank you so much for your time and for availing yourself. This is our SACCO, and we own it and we move with it. Thank you so much, members that are online with us, and those that are remaining. Thank you so much for the sacrifice. We're going to stand and we pray so that we end our meeting. Mr. Manyara is going to close for us with a word of prayer.
Okay, let's pray. Our Father and our God, we thank you, Lord God, for the way you have led us through the process that we have been holding this afternoon. Because, Lord God Almighty, your will has been done. Loving Father, we pray that you grant us safe passage to our homes, O Lord God, even as we cover ourselves with the blood of Jesus Christ, even as we flood every road and pathway that we travel with the blood of the Lamb of God, that we be safe and sound even as we get to our homes. Let it be so for us, O Lord. For this we pray in Jesus' name.